Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to day 84 of the Brighter Shores live stream. Almost 100 days of consecutive streams as well. We're getting so close. 2 more weeks, pretty much around Valentine's Day, somewhere around there. But anyways, so today we are, unfortunately, the original plan was to try to reach level 3000 today. After doing a little bit of math based on how little I was able to grind last night, well, maybe not little, but you know, I still grinded like 4 or 5 hours, you know, little compared to how much we needed. We are not within range of hitting level 3000 today. However, that will not stop us from grinding towards it, of course. The main goal for today, biggest two, 100 Fisher and 71 Forager. 71 Forager, let's just do the next monument piece, and we might even just do the full monument thing too. But I need at least 71 so that we have access to it. But the biggest thing is 100 Fisher. This stream does not end until we have 100 Fisher, that is for sure. And between those two, that doesn't get us all the way to 3000, but it gets us pretty close. Also, why are there 2 500 keeps here? All the 500 alchemy keeps are all here. Actually, how many people have 500 alchemy these days? Oh yeah, did Kill ever get 500 alchemy? I think it's still a bit short. Let's see. Where's the thing? He's currently in knife at 468. Oh, he'll be the next person to get it, though. He's getting there. He's almost there. Give him about another week or less, so we'll be there. But yeah, there's currently 8 people, and 2 of them are in the same room. That's one funny thing about the player base right now, because obviously anyone who's still playing is probably playing, like, quite a bit. Or, you know, you see them quite often. So now a lot of the remaining players are just, like, absurdly, like, endgame. Right, not endgame, but, you know, like, really progressed. Though this area, we'll be seeing quite a bit of more newer players, too, since this is the starting area, compared to whenever we're in, like, chapter 3 or 4. As, yeah, we basically live in Hopeport for the next week. Pretty much the next 2 weeks. 3 weeks? 2 weeks. Definitely the next 2 weeks or so. As, yeah, the only other grind we have that is outside of Hopeport is 200 Woodcutting Carpenter, which I did not forget about. We are revisiting it. We will be coming back to it. But, yeah, aside from that, we basically just live in Hopeport. Everything else we need to go max out is all in this region. Okay, we have a couple good ones here. I might actually have to do a run. I actually did bank a couple of these cods, so they're actually really easy to do right now. Veggie stews. Okay, let me go do a double veggie stew turn. And what do we have? Guard on North Wall and a little Lucy. That is 2 very unfortunate locations to each other. Is there any way I can get any better synergy? Because that is awful. I do currently have a North Wall. What if I North Walled into the North Wall? Yeah, let's just get a West. Give me everything that's West then. And I'll just do all the west turn-ins. Alright, what do we need for every west turn-in? And then we'll go do that, and then we'll go to the other one, and then we'll go fishing Forager. Let's see, what do we need here? What do we need? We need all the west ones, or sorry, all the east ones, which is 4 of these. Alright, let me just go get all the ingredients we need then. Is that it? Is that the only thing I need? Because we have veggie stew for that. Guard. Why am I forgetting one? Is this one, this one, this one? These 3. So yeah, I just need 8 of whatever you need for this, which is the single potato. I already actually have the fish already ready to go, so we actually don't need that. I'll just grab these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because in all of our fishing grind, we actually ended up getting some of those fish banked. I only banked 1 inventory, so we don't have a lot, but I think I grabbed like 22 because I had the double potion in there. So of course the double potions were taking up room. But beyond that, yeah, they should just be sitting in here, so we don't have to walk all the way over there. And it didn't actually take any time to bank them because I was just doing a cooking contract anyways. So these were basically just free fish. And now we could do a couple contracts with them. The main reason I didn't bank a lot was I was mostly just coming back from doing it after we got the level from it, like level 70-something fishing, until we got 76. I didn't do it the whole time, but for some of the time. And beyond that, yeah, I just figured we use it for some of the contracts, because we only use up to level 125. Once we hit the next dish, we no longer need to prep this dish anymore until we get to the higher level one. The higher level one, I have all the potatoes banked. I have the inverse issue, where I have all the potatoes banked, but not the fish. But we get that at 131. But the one that we're currently doing disappears after 125, which is relatively soon. Definitely today, probably. As we'll be doing cooking contracts here and there, getting our value from them when we can. But it should be everything we need for West Route. Because we need boom, boom, boom. So just go to grab 7 stews from the pile, and we should be good to go. And then we can get into our fishing Forager. We do have a fishing Forager route that we're going to be doing. I'm not sure it's really like a quote-unquote route. It's more so just doing one, walking to the other, doing the other, dropping everything, and doing it again. Because I'm actually hasn't been selling the fish. I will once we get to Puffer at 98, which we will be getting to later this stream, but until we can get back to Eel Puffer, I don't really feel like it's worth going all the way over there just to go sell them. Shall we, shall not be. Hello, Isabel. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all you guys have been having a wonderful, wonderful time. We've still been going strong. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also got a lot of stuff done yesterday as well. Hello, No Creamy! How have I been doing? Pretty good. Got a bunch of dental work done the other week. Or, you know, the cleaning and everything. We ended up getting, actually, one of the insurance things actually slightly overcharged me. I had to go and do a bunch of calling for that to go get that situated. That was really annoying. I having to call like a billion places to try to sort something out. But it is sorted now, so that's good. Good old American healthcare system. Where I have to spend more time going through all of the paperwork and everything than actually getting healthcare. Let's see. Northfall and Northfall. Okay, both of these are over there. I don't have a fear potion. I'm just going to let him attack me. Maybe we got to bother trying to aggro skip him. Oh, is he far enough away? Let's see. There's no way we get away with that. He's going to reach us before we get there. No! Why must this ladder be so long? It's like they wanted to use a fear potion or something. Oh yeah, my clicking is also going to be a little bit weird sometimes. If you ever wonder why I'm not moving immediately, I have my left click to not be moved like it normally is. The main reason for this is because of fishing. Given that we're doing a lot of fishing, it is actually beneficial because every time you misclick with left click move, you will break your entire queue. So I currently do not have my left click set to move. Because if I did, it would be way too bad. It would break like every single queue we ever do. Yeah, let's go do these other three while we're doing a bunch. I still have the veggie stews on the ground. What do I even need for this? I just need the stock. And then everything we need for the other one. That's fine. I just need 8 stock. Alright, should be good to go. Alright, only other thing we need then is whatever the fish are. 8 Gennards and 3 of the ray. And I believe that's the next ray we can actually catch, oddly enough. Though if we ever do bank them, it's only going to be like 1 inventory. And we might even be past the range where it's even useful. Actually, no, it won't even be that ray. The ray I'm going to catch is actually 1 ray below this ray. Because I'd be catching this ray, whereas we need this ray. Alright, what do I need other than that? Gennards. All the Gennard. I just need 8 of them. That should be everything we need. And grab whatever stews are on the ground before they despawn. Sell whatever the difference is, and we should be good to go. Is there anything else we need for this? No, that should be everything. Then we turn into Big Sheen, then Little Lucy, then Century, and then we can actually go to Fishing Forager, the main thing I plan to do today. Which we haven't even started yet, but gotta get those contracts in. 200 cooking isn't gonna cook itself. Alright, we're technically chef. Cooking chef, same difference. I always call it cooking in this game. Well, it's because it's called cooking in his other game. But it's technically called chef. Our poll for today, it's somewhat similar to an old one, but slightly different. It's while waiting on the Brighter Shores content, what are you currently doing? We have prepping for the combat rework, prepping for trade / Iron Man mode, general skilling / number go up, and taking time away from the game. Are the 4 main ones. Not sure if people from that category would be here right now, obviously. As generally, if you're taking time away from the game, you probably wouldn't be watching a live stream on the game, but you never know. Alright, how many am I allowed to sell? I have 4 more on the ground, which means I can sell all but 2 of the stew. Just make sure to sell the stew and not the Gennard. If I did math right, that should be all of them. We'll find out when I need to make more stew. But it should be exact veggie stew, yeah. There we go. Alright, we're good to go. Let's go turn all this in. And then we can go back to actually fishing again. The G-off capes. Gosh, we got so much grind before we ever get all capes. Could you imagine? We're gonna have 200 all in somewhat soonish, though. We were doing the math on it the other day. And if we played for about 10 hours every day, like decently efficiently, like, you know, not like active AFK, but like fully full-blown, full focus locked in, we would have it by Valentine's Day. 200 all. 200 all non-combat, that is. Because I'm not dealing with that until after the combat rework. Oh, what item did you want? I have no clue. We have too many items on us. Every single one wants something different. You wanted... Oh, wait, I just went past Big Sheen. No, I meant to do Big Sheen first. Oh, we're definitely not going to make it to Century in time. Ah, there we go. Another level. You know what? Save for later. We'll be dumping that into fishing just so we can get to our better fishing EXP. Let me actually double check. How much better is Manta Ray? Ignoring Pufferfish EXP. If you were just camping only Manta. Let me double check something. Fishing, Fisher, there it is. Hello, Zapara! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope you have been having a wonderful week so far. Alright, let me go double check this. If we can get there sometime today. I am looking for Mana Ray at level 90. Compared to Eel at the other level range. Wait. Oh, that's the co-op for Bass. Never mind. Wait, it's still lower though. Why are Mana Rays so bad? Wait. Mana Rays are worse than just Eel only? Wait, you mean Mana Ray only is worse than Eel only? How's that even possible? That would mean it would have to be worth less XP. Unless it's counting mana, or unless it's counting Eel Puffer. But it says just Eel. How's that even possible? Mana Ray only is slower than just Eel? What, is this respawn rate slower or something? How is it possible that it gives 100 more XP, yet is worse XP per hour? Unless the wiki's auto-counting Puffer Eeling. That or the respawn's quicker on Eel for some reason. Does it say how many are caught per hour? Oh, wait. That's the XP per hour for banking. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong tile. I see what's happening here. I'm looking at the banked XP. That'd explain why it was so bad. Never mind. Yeah, it is way better. I was gonna say, there's no way that's possible. But I see my problem now. I was looking at banked XP, not the actual XP. But yeah, that was the banking rate. I was gonna say, how on earth is that possible? But yeah, I was accidentally looking at the banking rate. Whoops. I was gonna say. Because there's no way that could possibly be the case. Yeah, the only fish I plan to bank, there's actually only one fish I plan to bank the entire time to 200. And it is the one, where is it? It is the 186 leopard eel. I do not plan to bank anything all the way to 200 except for that. Not even the Mana Ray. Just the, 186 eel. It's because you use it a bit into post 200. You do the other one too, but it's too annoying to bank. Whereas the eel's still in like a, in an in-between where it's like somewhat okay to bank. You don't lose that much XP for banking eels. Especially if you're synergizing it with foraging. Especially if they have equipable potions by then. Though I highly doubt it. We'd have to get equipable potions in the next like week or two for that to be the case. And much as I would love for that to be a thing, I don't think it's coming that early. Yeah, you never know. You're still at goat horns? Oh gosh. Good old goat horns. I am glad to be done with the forager grind. We'll be doing some of it while we're doing the woodcutting grind though. But not a particularly high amount. Alright, we can finally do our method now. It's not really much of a method. We're just going to one room, taking everything, going to the other room, taking everything, then dropping everything to the ground. You can save tiles by not doing that, though. If you manual click, you save 4 tiles. If you don't manual click, you'll waste 4 tiles. But yeah, instead of just clicking directly on this, you should move there. And then instead of clicking on this, we should move there. Otherwise, we'll be forced to that tile that he's on. And then we go right back over here. And then we'll repeat that until numbers are bigger. Until big numbers are nice and strong. And the only other fish we have within that range is at 90. So basically we have to do this until 71 Forager or 90 Fisher. Which, how long does that take? I have no clue, but we're staying here until it's done. And then we go to Mana Ray until 100. I wish there was a way to do Mana Rays and Monument Pieces. I guess you technically could. If you do the non-fear room for it, I guess you could. It just feels like it's a little bit too far of a walk to bother. Like, it's not impossible to do both of them at once, so it's definitely not advised. Yeah, we are just dropping everything into the ground, by the way. It's too much XP waste to bank anything. These are only for the 6% pots, and the eels are for dead piece of dead content because we're too high of a cooking level for it. But yeah, we do have to double manual click this though. When you're just camping it like Kiv is, it's fine because you're just doing 6666 over and over again. But the way that we're doing it, we are going to need a manual click to save those ticks. Because we save 4 tiles, which is however much time 4 tiles is. Hey, 40 levels to go. While we won't hit level 3000 today, that'll be tomorrow's goal. We will get really close. Because with everything that we're likely getting done today, 125 chef, 100%, 100 cook. Oh, let's see. So we get 18 here, 1 there, and at least 5 there. So 19, 24. Yeah, so at bare minimum, we get to 1984. Also, I didn't get a smithing level last night. It's just teasing the bar. We're so close. Let's see, where are we on smithing? Obviously, haven't been power grinding it, but we've still been maintaining it with the AFK. Yeah, we would only need 7 levels. We're getting there. I really do need to get that mining grind done. That's the first thing we're doing after 200 all. Or, 200 all non-combat. Is we are going on a mining smithing spree. Is I want as high as a smithing level as possible before combat rework. Also, overall, too, the general thing right now, I'm not sure which one I would technically vote for. Because general skilling and number go up feels like what we're doing right now. Because that's what base 200 is. But the second I get base 200 non-combat, we're just going straight to, like, all in prepping for combat rework. Like, everything we do is for combat rework, therefore. Mining, because we need better ore, so they can make better gear. I'm doing smithing so we can make better gear. I'd be getting a detective up, because I need to be able to go do 500 watch person while doing 500 detective, which requires higher detective. Like, every single thing is combat oriented. Even if it's not directly combat oriented. It's basically the things we got to do before the combat rework that synergizes with the combat rework. Though 200 all is technically in that category. Because if I have 200 all, I won't feel guilty to go get them up. Because if I have, like, nearly every 200 and I see, oh, Fisher and Forager is not 200 yet. At some point I would feel like, you know what, we should go get that to 200. But if I already have it done, then I won't feel that need. Because I will not feel like doing post 200. I have literally zero need to do, like, post 200 Fisher or something. Like, the second we get 200, that skill is not being touched until they buff fishing. That was actually the poll I was considering doing today, but it was too wordy, so I didn't want to do it quite yet. I didn't know how to word it. I was gonna say, like, if you were to, like, buff one thing in the game, what would it be? Like, between, like, fish or cooking combination for, like, edible food, or detectives detect being better, or stuff like that. I was gonna think of 4 examples. Those are the main 2 that always come to mind. Like, buffing Fisher and Chef with consumable foods that last for, like, an hour, or whatever they do for consumable food buffs. And then, obviously making Detect better for the Detect spell. Detect Aura being basically like a wiki page for stats. Almost like, you know what spell I want this to be like if you could upgrade it enough? It's a spell that's really underutilized in old school RuneScape, but it's technically really useful. So we did implement it last time around, back in like 2006, 2007 or something. But it is, what is it called? It is called NPC, no, not NPC Contact. What's the other one called? It's called, Stat Spy or something? I don't remember. Monster Examine, I think it was. But basically it was Monster Examine, I believe it was called, and it allows you to see, like, every single detailed, yeah, No Creamy just mentioned it. It basically allows you to see, like, every single detailed piece of information you could ever want about the monster. And I will eventually want that to be what Detect Aura is. I'm hoping they do something like that with it. Whereas you get Detective higher, it keeps becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. And so you basically have exactly what that spell used to do, if not even more info. Hopefully also with, like, DPS calcs and stuff like that. Just so you don't have to use, like, a third-party calculator. Which I'm curious if they're going to ever use the training dummies for that. Because I originally thought before the game came out that that's what he would use the training dummies for. But currently the training dummies don't really do anything. I thought they were going to be like a DPS check thing. Or what they were in, like, his other game where they're like a max hit checker. Because that's what the dummies did in his other game. You used them to check your max hit for any equipment setup. Because currently there's no way to check your DPS in this game. Given in, like, any situation. Yeah, I was really hoping for that eventually, too. Be able to switch out Sense Spell for, like, any other spell. I wish you could trade this out for any one spell in the game. Because right now it's forced to only Sense. But I wish you could change it to, like, anything. Like to Teleport, or to Quartermaster Contact. Or to Detect Aura if it ever was viable. Because right now you can only use it for Sense. Sense is really good. But, you know, being able to hotkey something else there would be even better. I just wish it was interchangeable for any other spell. Or even have every spell have a hotkey, instead of just Sense Spell. Because I don't believe they do. I'm pretty sure it's only Sense Spell that you can hotkey to something. Which currently I have on Spacebar. Which I think is also the default these days. Oh, we're at 200% meter. That means it's time. Drop ball, drink. And into fishing you go. Because our XP rate goes up at 90. That's what the 10% are for, by the way. I think that's the first one we drink. But it's not just for when we get a double dipped knowledge. We also get 10% from whatever we gather for a short duration of time. That's mostly for the double dips, and we're throwing every double dip onto Fisher. The only exception to this, if we don't have 71 Forager by the time we switch over to Mana Ray at 90. In which case I might throw whatever the difference is onto Forager. Because I'm not going to solo these out. Post 200 would be fine, but pre 200 there's no point in camping these. Yeah, I'm going to be doing Ray Limpet next, yeah. The Limpet's really low XP though, is the only problem with that. So we're mostly just getting fishing XP. The Limpets are just to make sure we get something other than nothing. That's one of the reasons I was saying I was hoping maybe we could do monument pieces in between there. Because Limpets are pretty bad value. I think they're like level 40, 50 something. And we're going to be at like level 71 at the time or somewhere around there. But it's better than grabbing nothing. Yeah, 44, which is pretty low. It's like half the XP we're getting now. I think it's only like 200-ish. Which I guess is slightly better than half, but barely. It's pretty bad. Because you don't get an upgrade for that area until you can do the racks, but the racks aren't till 95. Or the potatoes, but they're not till 89. Nettle's too far away. Shells are too far away. So hello, MK Jets, and thank you for the like. Greatly, greatly appreciated. But as far as Brighter Shores, we're pretty much just been in full chill mode lately. We're in the waiting for updates waiting room. We're like everyone else. Just kind of generally getting everything up until then. I think the problem is they over-tease too many good things. And now it feels bad that we don't have all those good things we know we're gonna get. So I think we need a palette swap. We've been wearing full black for so long. Or almost like a month now of just full black. We need to change out of our black era into a different color. Not sure what color that's going to be, though. Because I don't want to go back to Cryonite color quite yet. I don't know, what's a good skilling color? You also got the pickaxe upgrade to 30. Nice. Yeah, I'm still considering getting it to 50. With all the absurd amount of money we have. Look at how loaded we are. We're at like 194 gold. But yeah, with all the gold we have, we really should go and upgrade our pickaxe. I think we need about 78, I think. We are currently at 0.1% of that, not even. I think we're at 0.01%. I don't even have half a gold right now. Is whatever last money I had last night, I used on mining XP pots. Oh, I didn't even have enough for the whole night. I think I only bought like 6 or 7 of them. For the 5% mining XP, just to give a little bit more smithing. Also, doesn't help that all the fishing that we're doing today, we're gaining no money from. The only thing we make money from is cooking. Well, we just did the cooking contracts. So this is our boosted money right now. That's after doing our moneymaker. Though we did get to do it a couple more times today. But at most it's going to bring us up to like half a gold. Because some of them are like break even as far as money made from it. The only ones that are like super profit are like the stews. So one thing that's somewhat annoying with queuable action is if you accidentally queue on a person, it'll completely lock up your queuable action. So if you accidentally click on this child, you'll be stun locked. This doesn't queue into the next action because you're stuck in a dialogue box. Same thing happens on the bridge. It happened to me while I was AFKing it last night. And I kept accidentally clicking on the guy who's walking over the bridge because the Steam Deck is a little bit harder to click precisely. And, yeah, I kept accidentally clicking the guy on the bridge. And every time I did, it would lock up your entire queue. It wouldn't end your queue, but effectively would. In the sense that you'd be locked up in an infinite stun lock. Since it never goes past the dialogue box on its own. Yeah, that guy right there. The civilian. Yep. 6.5 levels to go, and then we can go for change of scenery. Not sure what foraging level we'll have by then, but however far it gets us. I'm hoping for 71, but it's probably closer to 69 or 70. Whatever the difference is, we could always store knowledge into it or something. Because that'd be one nice side grind to go do this stream, is get a monument upgrade. Because we have the time, we'll probably do that as well. I'll still be slightly short of level 3000 though. Well, I might consider it. But the main goal is basically just 100 Fisher. 100 Fisher, get some cooking, get some Forager. If we want to, we'll go for a full monument upgrade. Doesn't do anything though, other than the visual. You wish they would add a gas leech bank? Yeah, they're probably going to be untradeable. They mentioned some things are going to be untradeable. And assumably, all untradeable things will be anything that can't be put into a bank. The two most noteworthy things in this regard are you likely will not be able to trade merchant items. Not confirmed, but very likely. And you likely will not be able to trade gas leeches. As both of them are not bankable. And generally speaking, almost anything that's not bankable is probably also not tradable. There might be exceptions to that, because we don't know the full list of what is or isn't. They just said that some things won't be. So the assumption is anything that wouldn't be is, you know, unbankable. Or, you know, the unbankable items. I know, I'll have to wait and see. Because there's a reason why they're unbankable. Well, Stonemason could still trade for explosives. Explosives are bankable. So if they need Deathstone, they could still not only trade for the Deathstone, but also trade for the explosives. But you likely wouldn't be able to trade the Brimstone. Only the final product of the explosive. Because that's another one of those untradeable situations. Where the Brimstone you wouldn't be able to trade, but the explosive itself you would. You buy explosives from the shop? Yeah, but they'll be cheaper from players, though. There's one of the few things that would be cheaper from the shop. I mean, from the player. Oh, hello, Sonny! Welcome, welcome. As I'm not the level range to know how much my current one costs, so I guess I could check the wiki. But I think it's like 3 or 4 silver each. So if someone was really going to go and mass buy them, we could easily sell them for like 3 silver each. And hopefully after price hike, they'd be worth more. Because we still don't know what the price hike's going to do ultimately. I wish it would give us like an estimated time for when trading's coming. And or price hike. Please keep in mind, even if you're playing Iron Man mode, price hike still affects you. This is going to affect everyone. Otherwise, people could just camp Iron Man mode, buy a bunch of cheap resources, and then switch over to main mode. So the price hike should immediately affect Iron Man as well. Even if you don't plan on enabling trading. The problem is I have no money to buy everything from. My main workaround for that was to do a bunch of skills that require a bunch of buying, like the alchemy that we did the other week. Yeah, I really need to start. Oh gosh. Choking on dust again. But, gosh, I need to go dust out the whole house at some point soon. I vacuumed the other day, but I didn't bother dusting everything off. But anyways, I was saying something about something. Oh yeah, the 5% pots. Yeah, I really need to go stock up on like a couple thousand of every 5% pot. Because I can just keep buying a few hundred to order. But I haven't actually stocked up yet. I don't know, how much could they really price hike them, though? I said, hello, Hydrack. Welcome, welcome. And thanks for the like. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we're getting really close to 16,000 subscribers as well. We're getting there. Slowly. I don't know, I don't really try min-maxing YouTube, though. Like, as far as, like, ad revenue and everything else like that. Because very rarely do I ever try, like, to, like, quote-unquote grow the channel or anything. This kind of happens here and there. We kind of just do our own thing, just have fun. So hello, Robert! When is the combat rework dropping in Chapter 5? Neither have an official date. However, the likely order of things to occur as far as mega updates are trading, then combat rework, then PvP, then Chapter 5. That isn't a confirmed order, but is a very likely order of events. Because they'd have to do the combat rework before PvP. And PvP's already confirmed to come before Chapter 5. The only one we don't really know for sure is if the combat rework or trading's coming first. But trading has been in development way longer than the combat rework has. So it's a lot more likely to be first. As far as the exact dates, we have no clue. We know that Chapter 5 is probably like 3 to 6 months from now. And everything else would be coming in before then. So, pretty much one mega update every, like, month and a half. Month to a month and a half for the next, like, 4 months is very likely. But no, we don't have an official day on anything. They did a Q&A recently and kind of gave some kind of basic guideline. As far as official dates, we have nothing at all. For all we know, something huge could be happening tomorrow. Or it could be in a month from now. So we're kind of just grinding until then. Getting everything out of the way that we don't want to have to do later. But yeah, they did say that they have like a roadmap internally, but they didn't want to share it publicly yet. In case they can't keep up with it. But I hope they do share it publicly at some point soon. Because we kind of know vaguely what the roadmap is, but as far as exact dates, we have no clue. They probably don't even know, which is why they don't want to share it. You grinded Chronopolis last semester? Nice. You keep your stream and your earbud at work, stay updated on shit? Nice, nice. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, I really need to start covering, like, some recap videos and stuff here and there. I meant to cover a video when we hit 1,000 hours. I still haven't yet. I just haven't had the time. I was so busy the other day. But we're currently at 1,025 hours now, and I meant to cover a video at 1,000 hours. Still can, obviously. Just kind of recapping what I would do differently going forward, or, you know, for everyone who hasn't hit 1,000 hours yet. Like, things I would do differently for the progression towards that kind of, like, mid-game area. Or end game, whatever this is called. Whatever 200 all would be called. But I still want to cover that soon. $532 hours? Nice. That's still a lot. Anything over like 100 still like a really, really solid amount. As that's more than enough to finish the entire storyline and still have progress beyond that. Hey, you've been playing a bunch of other games too. Yeah, that's something I haven't really been doing too much. Aside from Old School RuneScape's League. And just doing Gems of Wars dailies and stuff like that, because this game we've been playing for like a decade and still cover every Monday and everything. But aside from that, I've pretty much just been playing only Brighter Shores. Like 95% of my gaming time, I would say, has been Brighter Shores the last 2 months. Like not 100%, but a good majority of it. There's also not too many games coming out this year that I would really want to go for. Aside from Switch 2, there's like 3-ish technically I'd be playing. Xenoblade Chronicles X, which is one of the better RPGs Nintendo has ever done, or under the Nintendo umbrella. I'm not sure if I'm streaming that or not, but I will be playing it and buying it. This is still not sure if we're streaming it at all or just doing it in our own time. But that, Slay the Spire 2, which we definitely would be streaming when Slay the Spire 2 comes out. And then whatever the Switch 2 releases that looks interesting. which that I would probably also stream, but probably just like 1 off or 2 off streams. And this is like a really long playthrough game or something. I'll see if they have any good launch titles. Because I think the only thing that's 100% been officially announced is Mario Kart 9. Which that's only something we would do for like 1 or a few streams. It wouldn't be like a full series kind of thing. Also, I've had a bunch of people ask if we would do Path of Exile 2. Honestly, that's not something I almost want to do for a poll one day. Have you tried Path of Exile 2? Or have any interest in it at all? Or in us even playing it? Because I've had so many people ask us if we're going to play it or not. Because I guess it's somewhat similar to this kind of game. I never played Path of Exile 1. And I haven't played a game like Path of Exile 2 since, like, Diablo 2. Like, the original, not the remake. Like, the OG Diablo 2. Is the last time I played a game like Path of Exile 2. I don't know, I never really got much into the hack and slash genre. I've definitely played games within it. Like the ultra in-depth, big skill tree, all-in kind of hack and slash kind of games. As well as some of the smaller indie ones. Like, it's a genre I've played, but it's not one I've gotten, like, really invested in. Diablo 2 brings back memories, yeah. Gosh, how old would I have been when I first played that? I think like 10 years old? I think I was 10 years old when I first played Diablo 2. They rumor launch title to be another Red Dead Redemption sequel. For what? They rumor launch title for Switch? That doesn't sound like something that would come out on Switch. Unless it really is that powerful. Because if so, that's quite an upgrade compared to the Switch 1. No, I haven't checked the Nintendo eShop in probably like a year. Actually, I have one of those voucher things that's going to expire soon. But I'll be using it on Xenoblade Chronicles. Or I should be able to. If not, I'm pretty sure there's one other game on the backlog I can easily use it on. I just realized, does Xenoblade Chronicles X get a release date yet? Because I haven't been keeping up with like any news with Nintendo. Xenoblade Chronicles X release date. March 20th? Yeah, March 20th. I believe the voucher lasts till then, so I should be able to get it for free. Well, technically for 50 bucks. Technically for 47.50 bucks. Like, that's what I've been doing the last few years for any Nintendo game. They have like a weird voucher program thing if you get digital games only. Where you get like 2 games for $50 each, but you get enough money back from it that you get them for like $47.50 each. I mean, 47.5. You know, $47.50. Which is not too bad. I ended up using that the other year as well on Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, whatever it's called. It was like a $70 game that on launch day you could get for $47.50 if you just got it digitally rather than physically. Which of course you don't have it physically, but hey, that's like 20-something savings. Plus in my area, there's not actually a sales tax when you get it digitally. So it's almost like a $30 savings getting it digitally rather than physically. It doesn't count when you buy Palia coins, yeah. It's actually one kind of funny workaround with Steam. Because if I ever do buy more membership for Old School RuneScape, it's actually best to buy it through Steam rather than through their official launcher. Because you get Steam points whenever you buy it through Steam. But if you buy it through their official launcher, you get nothing in return. Not that Steam points really do much, but it's more than nothing. Like $80, $90, $100 worth of Steam points. I do plan to take a break from Old School RuneScape though once the membership expires. Though they'll probably get me back at some point. I wouldn't say we're quitting. It's more so the next grind I want to do is a free-to-play grind, aka you can do it 100% efficiently in free-to-play. So there's no point in paying for membership during that time. There's quite a few things you can do with Steam points. There's like a bunch of different emotes and cosmetics and other stuff like that you can buy with them. I'm not sure their full implementation these days because I haven't really been keeping up with much on the Steam market for like the last decade. I did that really hard from like 2014 to 2015. And then like never touched it again once their policies started to get a lot more strict. That's because they had a lot of crackdowns with like gambling and stuff like that. Yeah, that's definitely the closest I've ever gotten to gambling. Was opening Dota 2 keys. Made a couple thousand from it. But luckily I'm not a gambling addict, so I know when to quit. Just from like flipping items and gambling keys. There's more so from flipping items than gambling, though. But it did include some amount of quote-unquote gambling. If you count opening those loot chests as gambling. Which it basically is. But yeah, can you use Steam points to get emotes these days too? Like whenever something has like a bunch of random drops that you can get from those little badge thingies, didn't they make it so you could just use Steam points to get them as well? Like those emotes whenever you comment anywhere on Steam. Because I could have sworn you could use them for that as well. Because that's the main thing I would probably dump them into. Then like the profile icons and everything. I really need to go redo my whole Steam profile. It needs like a complete overhaul. It is so dated. Looks like an angsty teen ended up making it. Because I pretty much was at the time. Just need to take like a whole wrecking ball to it and restructure it. And I haven't really dealt with most of the Steam mechanics since 2015. Ever since I stopped trading on Steam, I kind of stopped with like every functionality on Steam other than just playing games. Oh yeah, you can get a bunch of the cosmetics for the Steam Deck thing. I'm fine with the defaults though. I haven't really had much issue with all the defaults that they have. Because I find using the keyboard anyways really clunky on the Steam Deck. That's why if any of you guys ever message me recently and you wonder why I don't reply back in game if you're doing it off stream or when I'm not streaming, it is likely because I'm on Steam Deck. Because I find it so clunky using the keyboard on Steam Deck. I normally don't even bother. Hey, foraging level, 4 to go. The main thing we care about is our 6 fishing levels, though. Which means we actually will finish fishing out before Forager, but that's fine. Forager is more of a side XP right now than the core thing we're going for. It's more so a byproduct of our grind rather than the priority of our grind. But yeah, I can't believe this game added drop all. I never realized how much I needed drop all until they added drop all. Now I wonder how old school RuneScape doesn't have drop all after 24 years. Because this is such a good mechanic. And he added it out of nowhere. And originally I wasn't really dropping that much, but now that you could drop all, that kind of revolutionizes everything. Why bank anything when you could just drop it? At least at lower level range. It's just so strong. Oh, I'm running out of inventory space. Oh no. Yep. Alright, a lot of things are going wrong. There we go. We got there. Also, I'm still not sure how to click the other fish when they're right on top of each other. Because it has to open up the submenu, but opening up the submenu cancels your queue. Like, there is a way to click on them, but it cancels your queue to do so. As soon as that fishing level ticks in, we only need 5 more. At whatever Forager level we don't have, I might just knowledge into it then. Because I'm definitely considering getting the monument upgrade. Only 1 tier though. There's no way we can get to this stream. What is the next one? Oh yeah, definitely not. The next one's not till 107. As fun as it would be to get 100, I did the math earlier and it's physically impossible for us. There's not enough time in the day to get 900, to get 100 for Fisher and Forager. So we're just doing it for Fisher and just getting some Forager along the way. And I think my main cutoff for Forager today, because it seems like a nice in-between, is to get to 71 but finish the monument pieces for it. Do every single last monument piece for when we get to 71 Forager. It seems like a nice in-between. So 100 Fisher and 1 monument upgrade. Oh, so I still never upgraded the other tools yet, by the way. I'm still running a level 0 net and a 0 secateurs. Luckily what we're doing right now does not use either of those 2 tools. And then monument pieces also do not use that tool. And the next thing that does use a tool is one that we have a level 25 tool for. So it's not that big a deal. I do want to get them to level 10 at some point though, just so we have something better than nothing. Like for example, Nettle, I believe use secateurs based on where it's located there. So probably we'll get them to level 10, but nothing beyond that. But I really like how much synergy Eel has. You could do like 3 different things. Either a wall plant, the things that we're doing, the periwinkle, or of course the most common one, pufferfish eel. The only reason I'm not doing pufferfish eel right now, besides from also needing Forager XP, and it being at the exact level range that we need to be doing it. But the other reason is I don't have better pufferfish. We don't get them to level 98. Later this stream we will be doing puffer eel. But currently we cannot. And when I do puffer eel, I'll probably sell them rather than drop. The reason I'm dropping them is it's too far to go sell. But when you're doing puffer eel, it's like slightly out of your way, but barely. Like it's a small enough distance that's worth actually doing. Oh wait, you can actually accidentally queue up the basket? That's funny. I didn't realize there was a basket there. There's just a random basket left over here that you can accidentally queue into. First time I misclicked on it. Well, so what's this kid hiding from? He's just randomly hiding behind a pole. Spying on no one. Other than the people doing Forager. They're trying to find the periwinkle thieves. I know, who could it have been? Drops all the periwinkles. Wasn't us. They're playing hide and seek? Yeah, you never know. I'm pretty sure if you talk to them, they have some explanation as to why. Or they're examine techs. Unfortunately, both of those break our queue. Oh, I forgot. I don't have the menu thing open. Oh, I can't even actually get to the submenu. Let's see, info. She was a she has a mischievous glint in her eye. Alright, nothing beyond that. What about talk to? Buzz off. You'll give me away. He's doing something mischievous. New thieving skill being added? Check the wall plant. Why? What does the wall plant say? It thinks walls are the ground. That is pretty funny. Actually, I used to have a plant like that. We had like a little arbor for the garden. There's a thing that would just keep growing on it over and over and over again. It is pretty funny though. I think one of the kids is counting down. Interesting. Could get incorporated into a quest at some point. Definitely seems like something he would do that for. Because we already know there's thieves in the area. These are soon-to-be thieves. It's actually kind of funny because Old School RuneScape actually added a mechanic around that. Where a bunch of the poor kids in the city were helping you to rob all the rich civilians with the thieving skill. It was pretty funny. It was actually a really AFK theming activity too. But they would tell you where the next house to rob is, as well as do a whistle whenever someone was coming, so you know when to run away. Because generally you're just AFK the whole time. So their audio cue is actually pretty important. So what does Kiv still have left? Because they're almost max, based on that total level. They're currently working on a higher level Forager, which is probably why they're camping it. They've been neglecting Fisher a little. I say as they have higher Fisher level than us. They haven't really been doing too much post 200 other than Gather. Oh, are they Guardian? That's probably why. They're prepping for the Bone Right grind. Because like I said, why on earth is Gather so much higher, but they're prepping for Bone Right. Kind of like how you do mining before you do smithing, or stonemason. You also tend to do Gather before you do Bone Right. So I can't wait till we can respec the obelisks. I just really hope that there's a spell that you can contact the obelisk with. Because if you have to walk to the obelisk every time you need to go and change your skill tree or something, it's going to get really annoying. There's one thing we don't currently know is if you'll be able to allocate your skill tree from anywhere. Like when you get a new point. Because if you can't and you have to go to the obelisk every single time, that could get pretty tedious. Hopefully it's just for respecking. Because imagine every combat level having to walk back to the obelisk. Obviously you wouldn't do it every level if you had to. But hopefully you could just allocate the point without having to go to the obelisk, and the obelisk is just for respecking rather than allocating. But they're actually adding 1 billion gold sinks to the obelisk starting after the combat rework. Because not only do you need to pay to make untuned items tuned to a chapter, but you're also going to have to pay to respec. For the first few weeks it'll be free, but then you're going to have to start paying for it. Or, you know, not real money, but, you know, in-game currency. Because after the combat rework, there's going to be 2 gold sinks attached to it, whereas currently there's 0. But honestly, I'm all for gold sinks. I'd rather have too many gold sinks than not enough. Mass deflation is way better than mass inflation. Yeah, Enchantress is currently the biggest gold sink in the game. It's the reason we perpetually have 0 gold. The second biggest gold sink is XP boosters. Which technically Enchantress is an XP booster. So if you count the entirety of XP boosters, it's the biggest gold sink in the game. Between active potions, AFK potions, and Enchantress. And will likely remain the biggest gold sink for quite a while. Because every other gold sink in the game that they're either going to be adding soon or is already in the game is nothing compared to XP gold sinks. Oh, he accidentally queued the person. That's funny. I did the same mistake when I was going like ultra AFK. When I was doing fishing earlier. But yeah, he queued the child. He's reading the entire book to him. That's funny. There he goes. Hey, we do have access to striped bass now. I didn't actually double check the XP rate. I assumed it was worse. But I never actually checked to see if it was worse. The what? What? Wait. It's better? Wait, non-co-op bass is that much better compared to the other thing? Wait, what? That's news to me. But we can't get our purchased periwinkles if we do that, though. But wait, what? It's really that much more? Oh, so why is it currently highlighting this number? There we go. Oh, that's co-op. Never mind. That's what I thought. I accidentally looked at the co-op one. I see the problem. Oh, I did the thing wrong. I was gonna say, there's no way it's that much higher. But no, that's assuming you mass efficiency co-op it. Which I don't know, is there anyone who wants to go do that? Pretty sure it's not worth. The co-ops in general at the moment are not worth it. It's too much effort for almost no benefit. Not to mention I have a level 0 co-op net. Because that XP rate doesn't take into account that we have 20% on our rod right now. Whereas our co-op net is at 0%? Yeah, 0%. Our co-op net is at 0% and our spear is at 20%. There's something I want to try to get out by sometime tomorrow, hopefully. Fingers crossed. The 1,000 hour recap video. It's mostly just gonna be us talking. I don't think I'm gonna like heavily edit it down. There's something I actually do need to go learn though. I need to learn how to edit, like at all. Because I am like so bad at it. I think the most amount of editing I've ever put into a video in the last like 8 years is like 5 hours. Which is still a lot of time. But I know there's people that have like on average per video anywhere from like 20 to 100 hours of editing to one video. But my average is like 0. Or the mean is 0. Yeah, but the average of every video that's been edited for more than like 5 minutes is probably like 10 minutes of editing. It's one of those things that just takes so long to do. If you want to do it like really properly. I also feel like I'm really bad at reading scripts. I don't mind like writing them and everything. I just hate reading them. Because I feel like it's really obvious when I'm talking normally and when I'm reading a script. Like I can't fake it at all. Like, it is 100% obvious the second I'm reading a script. Even when doing everything to make it seem like I'm not. Because it talks so much differently when it's structured rather than just off the cuff. Because my brain is generally really disembobulated. All the tangents that it goes on mentally. Whereas obviously when you have a script, you're a lot more focused. It's impossible to really tangent. You already know beforehand exactly what's going to happen at any given second. Oh, I found the missing pier. We have found our pier. It's actually something I haven't gotten in a while. There's a fruit I need to go buy. There's a couple of fruit I feel like I never buy that I do enjoy. Like kiwi and pear. I get tired of eating too much of them. Like if I ate them like every week for a month, I'd get so tired of them. But occasionally they're nice. I haven't gotten them in a while though. Usually if I go for a fruit, it's like an apple or an orange or a banana. Like all the really safe ones. Nothing too exotic. Not that pears or kiwis are particularly exotic. I would say more so compared to like an apple or a banana. Oh, so at this rate, it does look like we're going to have 90 fishing before we have 71 Forager. And then I'm still going to be boosting fishing until we get 98. Which means from 98 to 100, I would dump all the knowledge into Forager and hope it gets there. It might not, though. Because we're going to get almost no Forager XP while doing mana rays. You do get some, but It's really out-leveled from where we are right now. Like, the XP drops like half as much as we're getting now. And we're only getting like 1 or 2 of them instead of 6. So it's over like 12 times worse than the XP rate we're getting now. Oh, so I do have a second goal tomorrow, by the way. Since we won't be able to reach 3,000 today. Aside from hitting 3,000 tomorrow, we gotta get base 100 non-combat. Which means whatever Forager we don't do today, we gotta do tomorrow. Unless there's an update that changes everything. It's been like, what, a week since an update? I think the last one was on the 23rd. After he did his, like, double mini update. Oh, so you know what most of these grinds remind me of? Back in the day. When doing old school RuneScape. I remember going to the Alcarid mine. Mining just a bunch of iron. Bringing it back and smithing it at the place that's like way too far away. And then banking them and doing that over and over again. I'm not sure why, but every single skilling method reminds me of that. In the sense of how inefficient it is compared to the methods that existed later down the line. That's one thing I still keep thinking about in the back of my head anytime we're doing any grind in this game. It's like, how much more broken is this grind going to be in like 3 years from now? Like, just take Merchant. Merchant's already gotten like a 20% buff since launch. It has never once been directly buffed. Actually, even got directly nerfed. Little mini nerf when they changed how one of the little things interacted. But it has gotten buffed about 4 to 5 times now with every change they've made. Despite it never directly being buffed. I'm really curious like how far some of the other skills in the game are going to go in that regard. We're in like 3 to 5 years from now. Anything that we're doing right now looks like absurdly inefficient. This is because of all the better methods that you'd have by then. Our double knowledge is about to hit. Should be in 2 more, then we drop everything. And then we sip our 10%. Oh, make that 3 heals. Right, into fishing you go. Oh, come on. Really? Gotta get that level. I'll wait till the fish respawn. Come on. Come, little fishies. Come, little fishies. Little fishies. Little fishies. Spawn. Spawn. There you go. There we go. Alright, now we can put our XP into fishing. And 4 more levels until we get a change of scenery. As well as a much better XP rate. Though technically much better is at 98. Also 35 levels to go. Let's see, how many... Oh no, is that doable today? I don't really feel like it is. But why does it also feel like we're gaining way more XP than I thought we would? Because I'm pretty sure I put into account the rod's XP rate when I calculated it earlier. The weird thing to calculate out for, though, is only some of the foraging supplies get the boost ratio. Because they only have 1 tool, and not every single one of them even uses a tool. Like the one we're doing now can't be boosted by anything other than XP pot. And same as the monument piece. But then the one after that is based on the trail that we have. I just realized, is Patricio not number 1 anymore? Yeah, someone said the other day that he's taking a break away from the game or something. If that's true, yeah, it should lose it within the next... assuming that's still him in first. He should lose it in the next day or 2. You don't think that's him? Yeah, it might be Meadow, or whoever the other person was who was in second earlier. Who's now in first. He's only 30 levels ahead yesterday? Okay, yeah. So yeah, it seems like he did stop then. I think someone said that he's now playing Path of Exile 2 a little bit since he didn't get to yet. So now he's just kind of waiting on the updates. I plan to play throughout though. Even if there's not much going on with the game, we'll still be grinding something. Our streams might be a little bit shorter at some given times during that, but yeah, we're still gonna keep up dailies for now. Bare minimum until the 100th day. Even then, I'm probably just gonna still keep doing it. Because I've still been really enjoying Brighter Shores. We're starting to get to like the little bit of the grind wall though. That's to be expected in any MMO like this. Oh, hello every color. Oh, is that Irksome? I always keep thinking that's Meadow. Wait, who is Meadow then? Is Meadow all the way in 4th or 5th then? Because that means Meadow really fell off then. Unless Meadow is Irksome. Because I know he's in second place for quite a while. And here we are all the way at the very low 25th. Person above us keeps grinding more than us. As I saw them when I was fishing, they were doing Forager. Last time before that, I saw them doing AFK Carpentry. Or, you know, active AFK. Not the actual activity for it, the passive, but, you know. They were, like, standing there for, like, half a minute at a time doing nothing. So we're just doing it on the side while doing other things. Which is something we need to go get back to. Still need that 200 woodcutting carpentry. Is Yips Meadow? I have no clue. I don't keep up with the high-level community in this game. Honestly, I don't really keep up with anyone in the game other than our chat. I don't check the Discord, I don't check the Reddit. I'm pretty sure most of the community doesn't even know who we are. Unless they just happen to check YouTube a lot. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, 80% of the Brighter Shores community don't even know we exist. Despite the fact that we've been streaming every single day. And at some points, we're probably one of the most viewed stream. If not, like, one of the top 3 streams at a given time. Particularly on, like, the 2nd and 3rd week. Because we pretty much perpetually had, like, 100 to 200 concurrent. Dude, I feel like no one in the community, like, knows us, like, at all. But we had, like, Jimmy as a bot numbers. I'm pretty sure it was the highest streamer on Twitch. Not sure if anyone ever got higher than him. Not counting the people who were only here for, like, the first week and then bailed. Like, all the people who were already big on old school. I mean, like, people who are just doing Brighter Shores. Why don't I stream on Twitch? I don't know, I just always preferred YouTube. I don't know, why don't they stream on YouTube? But no, I just do it all out of preference. The main reason I did it is Twitch's policies were really bad at the time. But in the last 8 years, they have improved their policies quite a lot. Like, nearly every horrifically bad policy they had have basically been purged by this point. But 8 years ago, it used to be way worse. Oh no, we mentioned even on like week 1 or 2, even if we had a single digit number of people watching, which we almost do right now, we have 12 people watching right now, but even if we had a single digit number of people watching, even if it's only like 2 or 3, we'd still be going. Same with the game itself. It could dip to like 100 player base and we'd still be here. Like, obviously, bigger number good, but I would do it regardless what the number is. What's the loop today? We're doing periwinkle and these until we have 90 fishing. Then at 90 fishing, I go to Manta Ray into Limpert, or whatever it's called. Whatever that one rock is called that has like a shell on it. And then after we get 90 there, we do Eel Puffer while dumping knowledge into Forager. And if we feel ambitious, we'll go and get all the monument pieces for 71 Forager by that point. This is when our next monument piece is. And that'll probably be the last thing we do then. But yeah, the goal is 100 Fisher. Doing this, then Manta Ray into the rock, and then Eel Puffer. Or more so Puffer Eel. And then, yeah, whatever we have left for Forager, we'll get to 71 if it's not there already. And if from there, we'll just do one monument upgrade. That'll probably be the last thing we go for today. Still gonna take a while. I say that as if it's going to take like an hour. That's like 5-6 hours or something? 7? I have no clue. I'm really bad at guesstimating XP for skills. We don't do that often. And Forager and Fisher are definitely in that category. It's kind of why we're training them. Because I pretty much never touch them. And the main reason why is this. Look at how much I'm dropping. Look at how much complete junk you get from the skill that you never need. There's a reason why I'm dropping everything. Is because you get almost no good material from Fisher or Forager. Like, both of them don't start giving good material until, like, 190-ish. And even then, for Fisher, it's always annoying to bank it. Except for Eel, at 186. But even if you do get to the fish that are actually worth banking, they are so annoying to bank. You have to give up so much XP per hour to bank them. No, I'm not keeping any resources. The only thing I plan to keep on the entire way to 200 Fisher is some of the 186 eels. Probably not all of them, because that'd be a little overkill. But some amount of the 186 eels, maybe all of them, we'll see. Some amount of the 186 eels, and that's it for Fisher. And the only thing I plan to keep for Forager is all the monument pieces, of course, just to turn them in. As well as all the potatoes. All the monument pieces, all the potatoes, and technically the 197 to 200 for the 10% pot. But it's only for 3 levels. Yeah, those are the only things I'm keeping from Forager. All the potatoes, all the monument pieces, and the 197 thing for the 10% pot. Everything else is going to the ground, most likely. I don't know, we'll see about a couple of them. Because that slightly better heal pot, maybe I'll keep in a few other things like that, but we'll see. Because I think one of those is for the 32% heal pot, which is not horrible, actually. There's also some material for an 8% pot that might be worth keeping. Which is the final tier of the periwinkle. Actually, when do you get that? Let me double check. The final tier of the periwinkle into whatever the other ingredient is, which I believe is a shell. Do you get that pre-200? You should. Yeah, the 179 periwinkle and 185 shell I might keep as well. Because those are for the 8% hope boards. Which is not as good as the 10%, but you can make a lot more of them per hour. They're also both really close to a bank. Relative to the average Forager resource. Not that most Forager resources are, like, far away, but some of them you have to route really weirdly if you want to bank them. Yeah, we already have 200 alchemy, so a lot of the Forager supplies I don't really need. The main reason I would gather them is I need my alts to go make them when they do the 200 alchemy grind. But that's so far away that it's not really worth wasting time for it now for the most part. Though I might still do it, we'll see. Because in like 9 months from now when they get 500 stone mason and 500 bone right, I'm likely putting one of them on alchemy and the other one on carpentry. It's one of the reasons I want to get 500 all next chapter. So I don't need any of my alts doing armor maker or builder. More so armor maker. Just make it so we could do it on our own. That way we can do absolutely everything Crown Knight related self-sufficiently. Because that's pretty much the master game plan for the 2 alts, since we are enabling trading. Get one to 500 Bone Right and 500 Carpentry. Get the other one to 500 Stonemason and 500 Alchemy. And our main account would have 500 Smithing and 500 Armor Maker. And then we have every main production skill covered. We might not have the gathering component for all of them, because I'm probably just doing mining as far as like super deep into a gathering skill. But production-wise, we'll have everything done in case we ever need to combine something or make something or anything like that. Just so we don't have to worry about the market. Like, we'll still be able to engage with the market or buy the raw material from the market or something else. But we wouldn't have to depend on someone having the exact drop we need. We can simply just make it ourselves. Of course, we're talking like a year from now at this point, though. Hey, Gino's here. Like, we're talking, like, absurdly long scope from now. Like, initially, we'll have to engage with all forms of trading. But eventually, we'll be able to almost, like, full self-sufficient between the 3. Almost like a pseudo-Iron Man mode, but between 3 accounts instead of 1. We'd still utilize trading here and there and stuff like that, though. But make it so we wouldn't have to depend on it. But it's kind of funny. I didn't think about it like that, but it's almost like group Iron Man mode. Except I'm playing all 3 of them. Instead of it being like a group of like 3 to 5 friends, it's just me playing all 3 of them. It's basically what the triple profile thing with how we're going to be using is going to work. Where it's all going to prioritize different things and they combine it all together. Though in this case, more so for the use of this one account rather than the whole team. It's like pseudo-group Iron Man mode. I do still plan to engage with trading, though. I don't know, we'll see what we do with it. It really depends how much people are trading and everything. What kind of services there are, if there are runners for stuff and stuff like that. There's a lot of things we just don't know with it. Also, prices are going to be so out of whack the first few weeks. Because no one's going to know what anything goes for. Like, at all. Like, how much is a 10% Hope Port pot? Because it costs about 20 to make. But it costs 0 to forge. And you can get it pretty much by, like, what, 209 Forager, which is not that high. You also have to keep in mind that you're getting XP from it. So how much do people value the XP over the time to actually make the potion? Because you can only make about 110 per hour. And at certain level ranges, that XP rate is not worth it anymore. So there's just a lot of factors we don't know. Like a 10% XP pot could be worth anything from 10 silver to 50 silver. Like this exact 10% pot. This is like the easiest to get one, but it could be anywhere from like 10 to 50 silver. We just don't know what the market will be at for it. As it technically costs 0 to make, but also 20 silver to make. But also the time allocation, but also you get XP from it, so you have to minus that from that value. We can also only make 110 an hour, so you have to add that to its value. You wonder where everyone's gonna trade at? Generally Chronopolis, because you can only trade bank to bank at Chronopolis. You can trade the 24 that's in your inventory anywheres. Like, I could trade someone some of my XP pots if they're like, hey, could you spare some 10% XP pots? And I could sell them to them right here if someone asks for that. But you can only trade bank to bank in Chronopolis Square, like around the Merchant Tower. So if you're selling like hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of a resource, you got to do it in Chronopolis Square around the Merchant Tower. Though if every single room has the same functionality, everyone's just going to use the same room. Like, every single person is just going to be trading in this room right here. This is going to be like the biggest trade hub in the entire game. South of East Player Market. That area right there will be the most condensed, like, 20-something squares in the entire game. Because that's right where the teleporter is, where everyone has to be forced to go through if you're doing merchant or leatherworker, or even detective to some degree. Like, this concentration square right here might at some points have 10 to 20% of the entire player base. Depending on what on earth that thing's room limit is by the time trading comes out. Like, 10% of the entire online player base of the game might be literally right here at any given time. We'll see how it works out. They're going to be doing some kind of functionality where you can see your entire bank. It'll also probably be the only way that you can check all your banks at once that does come out. But yeah, there'll be some kind of interface that they haven't developed yet. But you'll be able to trade anything from your bank for anything that anyone else has from their bank or currency. But it's basically a way around needing banknotes. And there's a 100% chance there'll be a duplication glitch with it and get a rollback within the first 6 hours. There's no way that's going to function correctly. As much as I have confidence in Andrew Gower's design direction, I am slightly concerned about his spaghetti code sometimes. I know he's gotten better over the decades, but there's a 100% chance going to be an item duplication glitch on day one. Like, it's not if there's a duplication glitch, it's like, how long does it take until it gets found out? But yeah, I would love a spell where you can see all your bank. They did not mention that, but they did mention that you will be able to see your whole bank when you trade. Which, rather ironically, the only way to check all your banks at once might be to trade someone. So if you ever want to check it, you might just need to find a trade partner. Because they did not mention any other way that you'd be able to check it other than trading. But I would love a spell that could just check all your banks at once. Not to withdraw, but, you know, to look at them. Without needing to bring up a trade menu. Alright, 3.5 more fishing levels, and we can go over to the better XP rate. Only problem with that is our foraging XP basically goes to 0 after that. Nearly 0. But after we have 98 fishing, we start dumping it all into Forager. And worst comes to worst, we can do what Kiv is doing. It just camp only Periwinkle. I think that's worth it at my level range, but it is something you can do. Gosh, every single time I keep looking at that level, it's like we're so close to 3,000, but I just know there's no way we're going to make that in time. Because you would have to average over 3 levels an hour. Which I don't think we can do. Though it kind of feels like we are. Was that hello, Pelican? Welcome, welcome. Because honestly, fishing's a lot quicker than I remembered it being. Though 20% spear definitely helps, that's for sure. Whereas the last time I power fished, we did not have this good of a spear. I think we're at like a level 10 spear, or level 0 or something. I think it was level 10 at the time. This is the first time we've really mashed fished with a level 25 spear. Which definitely makes a big difference. It's like an extra, what, 5%? Well, compared to a level 10, that's 6% extra XP. It doesn't sound like a lot. But combining that with 10% XP pots when we double knowledge dip, as well as, you know, the extra spear bonus, starts to add up. The extra 5% from the 10% pot, mixed with the extra 6% from everything we ever catch. Train some guard. There are some foraging things that are worth training guard on. I'm not sure if we're doing any of them today, though. Because we are kind of not doing any combat until the rework, pretty much. But there are a few things in Forager that actually are worth training guard on. One being the wall plant. The other one, oddly enough, being monument pieces. And the other one being anything that goes into the hair beast room and or the other foraging room where the things are weak to blue. Depending on what your foraging route is, you can get 1 kill. Depending on how you want to route it. Like if you want to do like a heavy potato focus, you can route 1 plant kill every time. Same if you're doing double rack, because you kind of need that for the 10% pots. If you're doing rack camping without incorporating fishing, normally you would incorporate fishing and do rack fishing. But if you just want to do it with combat, you can do 6 rack into 1 plant kill. And just keep repeating that over and over again until you need a bank. Because rack is normally the one you need the most for the 10% pots, because the other one's really close to the bank. The rack is the one that's in the middle of nowhere. Hello, more zombies! Welcome, welcome. You're so casual. Why do you say that? What has made you a casual now? You're almost top 100 Hope Forest? Nice, you congrats. Hey, how are we doing on Hopeport these days? It's always been our lowest rank. We're at 399 now. That'd be a fun grind to go for at some point. Top 100 for all. I feel like that'd be really hard to do in Chapter 1 and 2, though. For how little I plan to do Chapter 1 and 2. Compared to how many people have been power grinding those chapters. Because they're accessible to free-to-play. Yeah, I haven't been playing much lately, mainly because of work. But you're only logging in every day or two to get the passives. That's still good to be doing, though. That's how my ult's been playing. And they've gone pretty far. They should be able to finish Lost and Found tomorrow. We were actually playing them yesterday. They finally got all the manual level grinding done. The only thing I need to do is manually grind like 2 or 3 more knowledge on them later. But beyond that, they have all the levels they need. Just gotta AFK them there now. Yeah, it's one nice thing about Brighter Shores. You get a lot of progress by doing literally nothing. If you just check in like once or twice a day. Just to go grab your ventures and passive. Like, just taking ventures and passives is still like 3 levels a day. Into like almost anything you want. If you take both ventures every day, plus make sure your venture never over encumbers. Yeah, I wish there was more year-round work in my area. It's one of the reasons I don't really have any, like, normal job at the moment. I've just kind of been doing online stuff and some investing and a few other things like that. But, it's mostly because work in my area is really seasonal. And this time of year, it is so absurdly dead. Which is unfortunate because YouTube around this time of year is also pretty dead. Generally speaking. January is, like, the worst month for YouTube. Ad revenue-wise and everything. Same as February, but more so January. But, yeah, there's no good work here other than the summer, like locally. Unless you're like a doctor, lawyer, or something like really big like that. Almost all work is seasonal due to like it being very heavy tourism in this area. Top 100 carp isn't bad. You don't even need to be at 200. I'm not surprised. This carpentry is so bad. Though what I'm most surprised about is we can realistically get top 500 permanent smithing. And we might actually do so depending on when the combat rework is. If we're talking like 2 months from now, we can probably do it. Because 200 all non-combat will be finished by 2 weeks from now, approximately. Pretty much by Valentine's Day, I think is my goal. By Valentine's Day, I want to have 200 all non-combat. Probably even earlier than that, but Valentine's Day is like the deadline. And then after that, it might be a really heavy mining smithing pivot if they haven't done combat rework by then. Ideally, all the way to the point where we have 440 smithing, if not 500. And the main reason for that is it helps all combat out. As we will have access to making a 3-star 500 whenever we need. Making a 5-star will require us to trade other people. But as far as 3-star, we can easily from scratch it between mining and smithing. I also don't plan to do the 500 stonemason grind. I'm leaving my ult for that. I'll probably still be mining rocks that are stonemason related. But it will not be, And I'll still be banking them and everything. But I will not be using them on this account. We're either going to trade them to other people 1-to-1 or just sell them. Or save them for the alt accounts. And just have them process it way down the line in like months from now. Because I don't plan to get above 200 stonemason or bone right anytime soon. Unless something forces us to have to. But that's why we win Crown Knight. Because I absolutely love mining smithing in any game. Not sure what it is about it. I don't think I've played a single game where I don't like mining smithing. Even Albion Online, that was like one of the main things I focused early on. I've always enjoyed the gameplay loop of it for some reason. Not sure what it is. But something about it I really enjoy. Haven't really seen an endless grind game that has done mining smithing badly. I was like, Kiv is still forging here, gosh. He's going all the way for the level upgrade, isn't he? We know what level he's at, let's see. How many levels does he have to camp here? He started at 179. Oh, you know what? I wonder if he's over 185 right now. And he's just camping this because it's more AFK. Because Shell is more XP and has better routing. But it's across 2 different rooms, so you can't do 6 of them in one node. You added me on Steam, thank you. Oh yeah, I need to go through my Steam list. If I don't add you back immediately, that's because, yeah. I need to go, like, purge my entire Steam list or something. Because I have so many people added from when I used to do trading for Dota 2. You need coffee? Yeah, I'm drinking a little bit of caffeine right now. My alternative for it recently has been Liquid Death. Their Slaughterberry, Raspberry Iced Tea thing. It's because it's low sugar and everything, so I don't feel as guilty drinking it. But even that, I try to only drink like 1 or 2 a week. Try to stay away from caffeine and stuff like that when I can. And I never drink any energy drinks. But I don't mind drinking something occasionally with a little bit of caffeine in it. As long as you don't overkill it. As long as you do it, like, on occasion rather than every day. Because drinking something like coffee and stuff like that can be really bad for you if you do it, like, literally every day. I'm not a big coffee fan, though. I definitely prefer teas. Caffeine basically is just a drug. It just happens to be legal. Like, it's not the same way, drug in the same way that, like, heroin or something is a drug, but, you know, they're both still a drug. And a very addictive one at that. Yeah, I would never drink energy drinks. I just have too many bad everything in there. Yeah, I mostly just drink water. I'd say like 85% of my liquid consumption is just water. I would go insane if I drank only water, though. I've tried it before, but I would never be able to do it. The closest I ever got was the year I did no soda. There are actually some weeks where I drank literally nothing but water. Yeah, we did 1 year of no fast food and 1 year of no water. I mean, no water. I mean, no soda. Without caving in at all. Not both at the same time. But on different years. I didn't do anything for this year. Honestly, I have like pretty much no New Year's resolution this year. Do need to lose a little bit of weight, though. I feel like that's such a generic one to have, though. At some point this year, I do want to get below 200 again. I haven't been since college. I gained so much weight during college, and it never went off. But right now, I'm at like 205, 210 or somewhere around there. Which isn't like too bad for 6 foot, but it's like still higher than you would want it for how much like non-existent muscle mass I have. Because like none of that is muscle. Like all of that is just weight. And most of it's on the stomach. Oh, so that's in American pounds, by the way, not European measurement or whatever it is. Not the measurement the rest of the world uses. That's an American measurement. What area am I from? Oh, I think that's from New Jersey. Yeah, a lot of people say I say water weird. Yeah, I think that's a Jersey thing. I don't currently live in New Jersey, but I'm pretty sure I got that from New Jersey. I know, I used to have like a way stronger Jersey accent. I still have some things though, like the way I say water. Say orange? Orange. I don't know, can you really mispronounce orange though? There's like nothing that rhymes with orange. So it has like a very distinct way that you would say orange. Oh, we're about to hit the funny number. Next cycle should get us there. And at 2.5 more fishing levels, we're at our next fishing destination. They say orange like a range? Really? I think I've ever heard someone called orange a range. Like our range? Our range. Our range? Interesting. Yeah, I always call it orange. There's not too many words I say weirdly. Water is definitely the main one. Not sure how you're supposed to say water, but I always call it water. The orange. R, matey. Gotta keep up that scavy. You got 1,500 total? Nice, huge congrats. Hey, 69, nice. 2 more levels until we can do a monument. Is it 220 mining? Nice. Yeah, give us a few weeks. We'll be stuck in the mine for forever. I'm not sure what we're going to do on stream to kind of offset it. Because honestly, after I have 200 all non-combat, we're basically stuck in the mines until the combat rework. Unless he does some kind of update before then that would pivot us. We're basically stuck there until the combat rework. If that's a few days, then it's a few days. If it's weeks, it's weeks. If it's months, it's months. We're basically mines and Matubin locked until combat rework after 200 all. Or 200 all non-combat. Which we should have by Valentine's Day. Which is the 14th. Probably a little bit earlier than that. But it's like my cutoff date that we 100% have to have it by. Which should be pretty easily doable. I think with an average of like 7 or 8 hours a day, efficiently, we would get there. And that should be pretty easy to do. At least with how much we play. 7 to 8 hours a day for the next 2.5 weeks isn't that bad. That would also be the 100-day mark as well. Around that time. 100 days of consecutive streaming the game. At that point, we might pull if we start doing it not every day. We'll see. I definitely am going to be doing it for the first 100 days as we have been. Because once we're in the mines, like literally every single day, I'm not sure if people would want to see that. I don't mind doing it, but... every single stream every day will be like, oh, back to the mines we go. Because that's basically our entire life after Valentine's Day, prior to combat rework. Is mining smithing until it's 500, 500. And for somehow 500, 500 by then, without the combat rework, we'd pivot into something, I'm not sure what. That's my plan after 200 all, prior to combat rework. So we don't have to worry about weapons ever again. We'll just have like infinite weapons banked. Effectively. And that reminds me, what level 4 star can we make up to in that situation without trading? Let me do some math real quick. What does that come out to? What is 260 plus 260 plus 500 divided by 3? Is the number we need. I'll go check. don't have a calculator open right now. 1 second. Where's the calculator? Alright, what am I doing? 500 plus 260 plus 260 equals 780 divided by 3. We can make a 260. Wait, that can't be right. 500 plus 260 plus 260. Wait. I did the math wrong. Divided by 3. We'd be able to make a 340. Oh, yep, every color just got it. Thank you. But yeah, that's the highest 4-star we can make without trading someone. And without depending on a drop. If we had 500 smithing by then. Which we hopefully will. Or at least close to it. Yeah, we'd be able to make a 340 4-star. Everything beyond that we'd have to trade for. If we wanted higher. But I'd be able to make a 500 3-star and a 340 4-star without trading. Alright, 2 more fishing levels and we can go to Manta Ray. The only big downside of going to Manta Ray is our fishing XP will be higher, but our foraging XP will go to almost nothing. But after 98, we can start doing Puffer Eel. Which makes our forager XP go to 0. But our fishing XP skyrocket even more. But worst comes to worst, I can just dump knowledge into it after we get 98 Fisher. That reminds me, I should probably go get some cooking bounties. I've been kind of like neglecting them. I want to get at least 125 cooking today. Oh, the only problem with that though, 1 more cooking level and I no longer get the thing I have banked. So I'll just have to drop them to the ground later or something. The cod and chips. I have a couple of them banked right now from when I grabbed 22 from when we were doing Fisher. When I was going back to then doing cooking. But I had some in my inventory, so I was like, I might as well bank them. But, yeah, whatever we don't use, we'll just drop to the ground. I think I still have like 14 banked or something. Should be enough for our next contracts for 1 level. Yeah, you can sell them, but it's not worth how far you'd have to walk for that. Too long of a walk. Alright, let me go check our cooking contracts. Go do like 1 set of stews while we're over there. Actually, I'm just gonna check the contract. Not gonna bother cooking anything here. So we can use up the last of our fresh fish that we have. But yeah, there's a big bank right there, but it's like 10 tiles away. Too far. It's mostly the potion that gets made out of it's not that relevant. A double 1. These aren't quite what we want to be seeing though. But we'll take them. Alright, back to the periwinkle. 2 foraging and 2 fishing levels to go. Yeah, you can't store cooked food. That's something else that's probably not going to be tradable. Is fully cooked and partially completed food. Or any partially completed object for any skilling activity. Otherwise, the meta would just be to buy already finished dishes. Or like fully prepped up dishes. Like a stew that's already done step 1 but not step 2 where you actually get the XP drop. So stuff like that's likely untradeable. Because currently it's unbankable. Oh, so why are all 3 eels on the exact same tile? That's the only problem with these smaller ones. It's generally more beneficial that they're so tight together. But sometimes they're so tight together that there's 2 to 3 on a single tile. And we just got our first of the stream, a triple on 1 tile, which is really annoying. Yeah, you can sell bars, but that's because they're also bankable. Generally, anything that's bankable should 100% be tradable. I can't think of a single bankable thing that isn't tradable. Or, you know, that wouldn't be under their system. It's mostly the ones that can't be banked that are questionable if they can be traded, if at all. But anything bankable can be traded. Almost 100% for any of them. So that means basic hides, fully finished bars, dunked stones, you know, dunked bones. Like those, even though they're partially the way through, they're technically a final material in a sense. That they're like a final crafting material. So stuff like that would be tradable. But a final step of like a cooking object wouldn't be tradable. Most likely. But that's the only thing we really have to go on by at the moment. If it can be banked, almost guaranteed tradable, if not guaranteed. And if it can't be banked, almost guaranteed not tradable, if not guaranteed. We'll have to wait and see once it actually gets implemented. Does gear drops get rare as you level up? You feel like you've gotten lucky early on? Yes. It follows the same 3 areas as combat does. I mean, as crafting does currently. Whereas at 0 to 19, you get horrible rate. I mean, you get the best rate. At 20 to 200, or sorry, 200 to 199, you get like a mid-range rate. And then the rate gets horrible, 200 plus. But yeah, combat also works that way. Crafting currently works that way, and also combat works that way. We don't know how that's going to get changed after the rework, though. As that hasn't really been clarified. Like, after the combat rework, how will that work in every zone? Or just keeping the curve as is. Same as for crafting, since we'll have a free plus 60 on it. But as it currently stands, 0 to 19 is really common. 20 to 199 is in between. And anything 200 plus is good luck. But it doesn't get any rarer than that, though. Your rarity at 200 doesn't get any worse by 500. So it kind of hits you hard once you get to like 200, 210, 220. But just as bad at like 210 as it is at 400 or 500. Like it's the same drop rate. Did we den raid all the way? No. We did quite a bit of investigations for detective. Because you eventually hit way too high of a penalty to keep doing it. Even after the rework, when there's technically no penalty anymore, your XP rate, even at 0% penalty, would still be too low at some level ranges compared to doing investigations. Like, for example, at 315 detective, it is substantially better to be doing investigations than it would be to do 0% penalty raid dens, even after the combat rework. is the XP rate for the raid dens is just still going to be so low. Even with no penalty, compared to just doing the investigation at that level range. So one of the reasons I'm trying to get it up slowly through, is one of the whole reasons why we pivoted to go rush 287 or whatever it was detective. As I basically need to get before the combat rework to 315, so that I then can get before the combat rework to 344. Because then I could do the next raid den for when our combat level gets there. And that basically means, though, I don't have to do detective later. If we do it now, we don't have to do it after the combat rework. The only zone that we'd have to do it after that, potentially, is, there's like one dead zone. Like, right here. But even then, it's so far behind that you probably wouldn't. It's a really weird dead zone that has, like, no solution. The person who got 500 all KC for Chronopolis was literally stealing thieves at 422 because there was, like, no better alternative. Like, it's a really big dead zone. Probably the most notorious dead zone, though not that many people are there. But this dead zone right here is, like, the worst of all of Detective. The getting to 451 for the final raid den. Dead zone. As the other raid den is way too far behind to do. Your investigation is actually so far behind to do that, that's barely even worth it. Which means you have to use almost like these two things to get there. That or just do the AFKs. But then you have another problem. The AFK right before is Forensic, which is the worst AFK for Detective. 431 to 441 is not too bad doing the stakeout. But 441 to the final stretch is so bad. Because it's so expensive to do that. But it's the biggest dead zone of all of Detective. There's a couple of them, but that one's by far the worst. There's pretty much no good solution to it in the current state of game. As raid dens are pretty slow, investigations are pretty slow at that level range. So unless you're just like passively getting up, and even if you want to, it'll cost a ton doing forensic. Wanted posters are 12 hours. You can do them twice per day. But yeah, I believe every daily is either 12 or 24. I don't think any or any other number currently. All the merchant ones are 24 hour and everything else is 12 hour. I don't believe there's any exception to that I'm aware of. Yeah, they might change it at some point. I hope they do. They gotta make them like an hour more common or something. Because right now they keep stacking over top each other, so you eventually have to like skip one. I've already had to do that twice in the last week. Where you waste like 7 or 8 hours of them. Because of sleep and or work. Though in my case, sleep. Because they fall at a time that you can't possibly claim them. The XP you get from them is actually pretty good at post 200. They scale somewhat similarly to how the, how passive activities do. Where post 200, they are like absurdly good. Like the amount of XP from the 197 compared to the 287 that we're at now. Like the XP difference from the 194 compared to the 287 that we're at right now, I think was about 8 times higher XP. As not only is it getting the benefit from all those levels in between, but it's also about 4 times better. Similar to how passives are. It gains like that same 4 times benefit. So post 200 ventures are really, really good. For the same reason why post 200 passives are really good. Because they both basically get 4 times buffed after 200. And also, as of a couple weeks ago, you can XP pot on them as well. So you can use a 5 to 10% XP pot to boost them. I don't know, there are some 200s that aren't too bad to go for. You can get a double venture off of fishing for 2 something. Like, Fisher's probably the best one to go for because you only need 1 skill rather than 2. But, yeah, if you can get 231 Fisher, which is a little high, but if you can do that, you could do a double Venture of Oyster. And that's a double post 200 without needing to get 2 skills up. You only need 1 skill. It's the easiest way to get a double 200 Venture right now. Not that it's quick, but it's the easiest way to get a double setup. Is 231 fishing. Not that getting that is easy, but, you know, it's the easiest of your options if you really did want to get it. Although I went for the 231 mining and 287 detective. Do you get knowledge points for ventures? No. You get no knowledge from ventures. Even though they're in an active activity, in the sense that you need to use an active EXP pot to get boosted from them, they are not considered an active activity in that they give no knowledge. They're like an in-between between an active activity and a passive. Where they have a lot of the benefits that passive activities get, but you still use a normal EXP pot on them. Since you're technically claiming them actively. Yeah, we're almost there. After that fishing level ticks in, only 1 more after that. And 1.5 foraging levels, though we're not going to get that in time. But we will be getting it. We just won't be getting off a periwinkle. I'm not even sure if I even bother collecting any other resource. We'll see how much the XP drop is. We're getting 289 right now with a 5%. I'm pretty sure the other one's like under a 140. But we don't really have any other alternative when we're doing mana ray. I think the best I could do is catch like 1 fish in the adjacent room or something. If we don't want to do any of the, what you call it? If we don't want to do any of the, foraging that's in the area. Because at most we have enough time to get 1 singular fish from the adjacent room. Which is more than nothing. I think it's like a 200 something XP drop, or 300 something. Because we do a solo on one of the co-op ones. Hey, a double pot. We both pot at the same time. Which reminds me, we need to go do the same. I just realized Kiv isn't here anymore. What's his name? He left us! He left us for the shells! I mean, we might see them later then. If he's still around. So many people have gone for mining. There's no way to make top 500, right? The highest person right now is at 333. I mean, the lowest person, I mean. Which sounds like it's not that much above me. But you're talking like half a month of mining. Like, mining is not quick. I think at most level ranges, it's a level every other hour. So counting the venture and everything, that's like 125 hours. Sorry, double that. Not half it, double. That's almost like 500 hours of just mining. Maybe it's not that much. It's actually a little bit quicker than that. But that's probably not too far off. Is at most level ranges, if you're banking everything, it's a level every other hour. That doesn't really account for knowledge, though. In which case, it would speed up a little bit. But if we were to assume one every other hour, yeah, we're like 400 or 500 hours from 500 mining. That is a lot of mining. I think I am overestimating it a little bit, but it does take a while. Next venture upgrade's at 380, so that's something worth considering. As like our cutoff point before the combat rework. Just try getting to like 380 mining, and this is assuming combat reworks in like 2+ months from now. But aim for like 380 mining and then just get the smithing we need. Because I believe that gets us iron ore as well, which is really nice. And honestly, I don't mind camping iron all the way until Adithero if we really had to. Because you get access to iron at 372. The venture at 380. And that'd be one of our perfect materials we need. And just let the last kind of slowly trickle over time. And do that one all the way to the end. We do that one. I guess we would have to kind of do Carbonice at that point. We don't know how meta everything from Carbonice is going to be. The best blue weapon in the game does require Carbonice. But beyond that, everything else in Carbonice is pretty underwhelming. Aside from the best blue range weapon in the game. I just realized, what one does not have a best in slot then? I guess it's technically green. That's weird. The highest tier ore for Cryonite has no best in slot. I wonder if the special attacks for things like the battle axe and bow are going to be really good because of that. Because I didn't think about that just now. There are 0 best in slots for any class under the highest tier ore in the game. That's weird because I don't believe the other 2 classes are like that. I know for sure Hammer Mage requires all the high tier stuff. Like Death Stone for the 2-hand hammer. For the best yellow 2-hand weapon in the game. But, trying to think. Does Guardian use Femur for anything good? I think they do. What's for Femur? Let me double check. What on earth do you use Femur for? Is maybe Guardian set up the same way? Let me see. Use Femur for, a weird-looking shield. Yeah, best green bow. Best green, range weapon in the game is from Femur. Because I'm pretty sure that's the green longbow thingy. Also, the slow-hitting fire axe is in it, too. If this pole axe is good with the special attack. The slowest hitting, fire 2-hand is also from it. Because if that's good, then that also means the Cryonite's Necromay would be good. Because I believe Guardian, or yeah, Guardian has the slowest hitting fire 2-hand, I believe. And Cryonite has the slowest hitting Necromay 2-hand. Which are both really likely to get super good special attacks for the element. Especially for how deep you have to craft them. SLB, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're almost there. Level 90. Come on, we're almost there. Might even dump the knowledge early. We'll see. Whatever gets us to 90 quicker. I hate Hammer Mage? No, I don't hate Hammer Mage. Though I would place my class priority as Cryo Knight, Guardian, and then Hammer Mage. But no, I don't hate Hammer Mage, though. It is my lowest priority of the three, though. Though whenever we can use mixed class stuff, if it's strong enough, we would probably be using the yellow two-hand from Hammer Mage a lot. The rest really comes down to what the special attacks are for. The only thing I know for sure that we're going to need is the two-hand from Hammer Mage. The two-hand yellow weapon that requires U-Poles and Deathstone. But beyond that, I'm not sure if we need any weapon from Hammer Mage that isn't the... Unless the special attack justifies using it. But I'm still really curious how the class system's going to work after that. Because they have mentioned that you're going to be able to wear other classes' gear. We just don't know what max proficiency is and what level you would need to even reach max proficiency on the skill tree. But after the combat rework, you can use any class's gear. It's just you will need to be a really high level to get any value from it. So for like 80 to 90% of your leveling journey, you probably wouldn't even touch the class gear. But we don't know how early you'd be able to, like, quote-unquote max it out. We also don't know what the number would be when you quote-unquote max it out. Like, you might be able to do it by 200 if you prioritize it on the skill tree. But as long as it's over 90%, 90% or higher, it should be fine. Yes, level 25 in a tool is the max you can go before you get really heavy diminishing return, yes. And 50 is the highest you can go before it is insane to bothering going any further. 25 is realistic max, and 50 is you should not go any higher than that, ever, under any circumstance. Even if you have 1 platinum, you shouldn't go above 50. Oh, can you hear the barks? Oh, yeah. Everyone finally left like 10 or 15 minutes ago. And now because the dog hasn't been pet in the last like 5 minutes, it's just going to keep barking. I can go out there and pet it, but then as soon as it, like another 5 minutes goes by, it's just going to start up again. Hey, it's Mousy S. Nice. Wonder where they're grinding. Did they finally get Leatherworker? 500 Leatherworker in 11 hours ago? Oh, you already did it. And then slept 11 hours? They have 500 Merchant and Leatherworker. That's insanely good. If I had to guess, they're going to go for 500 mining and stonemason next. Let's see, what do they mention? Because they're hammer mage. Trying to get to the... oh, they're actually doing the other thing I was doing. Interesting. Yeah, they're trying to preemptively do the raid den to 344 for when the combat rework happens. Which makes sense. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. They're probably going for 500 all, duh. If they went that far, they might as well finish 500 all. Kinda forgot about that. I'm probably prioritizing 500 all from that chapter, then moving on. I don't think I'm going to be doing 500 all until chapter 5, though. As much as I would love to do it for chapter 4, and we're already going to be like halfway done with it anyways when we do the combat into the detective. But there's just a lot of merchant to do. Also, leatherworker takes forever. It's among one of the slowest skills in the game. Not the slowest, but it's comparable to other very slow skills. The only thing that makes it not the slowest is because it's so free to get hides. As you pretty much always have infinite hides as long as you have a merchant level to go with it. Yeah, we'll probably do 500 all Chronopolis at some point, though. I know for sure I'm never going to 500 all Chapter 1 or 2. Probably not Chapter 3 either. Even if we get 500... Like, let's say hypothetically we get 500 Mine Fighter, which we're probably doing, and 500 Mining and Smithing, which at some point we're doing. Even then, I don't think I'm going to do 500 Bone Right and Stonemason. Just because of how absurdly long it would take. The only exception to that is if they're ever relevant for raid dens. But hopefully we could just raid with people who also have 500 Bone Right and 500 Stonemason. Because generally speaking, at some point, every like ultra end game Guardian is going to have 500 Bone Right. Every ultra end game, you know, Cryo Knight is going to have 500 Smithing. And every ultra end game Stonemason, Hammer Mage is going to have 500 Stonemason. So we don't really need to have all three ourselves unless we're doing like a solo raid or something. Because otherwise you could just trade between your team. You would just have to make sure you always bring one of each class when you do a raid. Which is like the whole game plan of how they're going to be structured anyway, so it kind of works out. Like, it wouldn't be required, but it would definitely be helpful to have one of each person. But you could technically use all class gear, so you'd still be able to get away with a solo. It would just be more annoying than running a trio of one of each class. Alright, next cycle, that should be a Forager level. Fisher just needs us to reach 200% meter and we'll be good to go. Wait, where's my third fish? Oh, they're hiding. They're moving almost the exact same frame. Like just one big fish. Because normally you can see their silhouette. But the problem is, what if the silhouette is on top of the other silhouette? Because when they have a different animation cycle, you can see that there's two. But when they're facing the exact same direction with the exact same animation cycle, only looks like one fish instead of two. Alright, this should be level 70. Still need one more before we can go do the next foraging thing. But this is as far as we can get it. And then we go pivot over to Mana Ray. For however long that's going to take. And then we'll probably end the stream by finishing whatever monument piece we're at. Which I'm not sure how long that takes. Am I overscoping that? Does anyone actually know? I guess I could check the wiki. Does anyone know the approximate monument pieces per hour? If you were to camping literally only monument pieces? Because I'm pretty sure that's not too overly ambitious of a goal to get today. I'm not sure what the monument piece rate is, though. Let's see, the easiest way to figure this out is take literally any monument piece and divide it into how much XP you'd get per hour. It would tell us the exact number we'd get per hour if it's not already on the wiki. It doesn't even matter what one I do it on. Alright, this number divided by whatever we need. What is it? Do the calculator. So which one was it again? It was this one right here. It doesn't matter which one I do it on, because the pieces per hour wouldn't change. 38258 divided by 94. Oh, I didn't mean to clear the whole thing. No! No, the misclick. Let's try this again. We will get this. Calculator, go. Wait. 38258 divided by 94. You could do about 407 of them an hour, so 400 of them an hour. Not sure how many pieces I need. Yeah, that should only be like 2 hours of them. Maybe less. I'm not sure when it says banking them, though, if it means turning them in all the way. Or, like, actually banking them. Because banking them is slightly quicker than turning them in all the way, though I would be turning them in all the way. So let's say it's like 350 an hour, then. Because otherwise you have to waste more time doing it later. It's actually better just to turn them in immediately if you're doing a full inventory at a time. Because you waste time having to keep rebanking every time. It's worth banking them if you're doing in like a weird number, like if you're wide farming. But if you're focus farming them, you should actually just immediately turn them in so you don't have to double bank. Some guy's name is Happy Birthday. Oh yeah, that's something that's actually kind of funny. When I end up setting up the date for our birthday in this game, it's actually incorrect because I did it based on the American way that you put it in, rather than the way that the rest of the world does it. Because I did it in month, day, year, rather than day, month, year. So now it's April 11th instead of November 4th. I don't think it does anything, though, that date that you put in. I think it's more so just to check that you're of age for turning on the chat. Oh, Big Goop is here. I saw him fishing earlier. When I was AFK fishing off stream, I actually saw him. He's still fishing. Is he like a fishing only account or something? He's level 83 with 50 fishing, and I saw him fishing yesterday too when we were AFK fishing. Or, you know, passive AFK. I mean, active AFK, I mean. Because the passives for fishing are awful. Honestly, the passive for fishing are so bad, I'm not even sure if you would use them post 200. Because the passives for cooking are also so bad. Which is why the passives for fishing are also so bad. I'll be back in 1 second. Let me go calm her down. It's not gonna last that long though. I'm gonna go do his thing of stews or something. After we catch his set. Oh, I gotta wait till we use our meter though. Double dump that into fishing. We'll go check our contract and go do a thing of stew. I'll be back in 1 moment. Ugh. Alright, we're back. The dog has been calmed. It's not gonna last that long, though. Give it like 5 minutes, it'll be just as barky. It's just trying to crave attention. And she never comes here for it, though. She wants you to come to her. She's too lazy to go to someone to go get attention. She'll just keep barking until someone gives it to her. It should be the last fish we need. There we go, 90. Alright, well, let's go use up this 10% pot, and yeah, let's go head over. I guess we'll go Camp Periwinkle right now. Not until we get a level, but you know, just use this 10% XP pot up. Then we'll go check the chef thing. And then we'll go and Yeah, head over to Mana Ray, because we now have access to Mana Ray. Actually, the pop-up should be right there. There it is. We got Dim Rays at level 90. It's not what I need for cooking, so we won't be banking any at all. They will simply be dropped to the ground, like every other resource from Forager or Fisher. Oh wait, where am I going? Back to Periwinkle. I forgot. Because I don't need that fish anymore. I'm just trying to use up the 10% pot while we have it. And then to the Mana Ray for 8 levels, and after that we can go to the all-elusive Golden Age of Fisher, which is Puffer Eel. We can finally return the Puffer Eel. Our long-awaited Puffer Eel. Which I think we camped for a while. I'm pretty sure everything we get after is not worth it. Cod's not worth it. I would have to check it against Gennard. Gennard might be worth it, but if we're actively playing, it might not be. I'm gonna go double check it while we do stews. We're not doing that today, of course, but just so we know for the future. I'm not sure if Gennard is better than actively doing Puffer Eel. Yeah, what do we need? I'm looking for just these. Give me all that. Then we can go check that. Move our guy over here. Check whatever cooking bounties we have. See if we can even turn anything in. Which, oddly enough, none of them require stew, unfortunately. Alright, let me go check. Fishing. Where is the 112 Gennard? There it is. There it is, the XP rate. Where is Pufferfish? Yeah, even with the extra that you would get from doing the eels, it's not enough. I'm not sure how much extra you get from the eels, but it's time that you could be grabbing Forager supplies. So, yeah, you would definitely be doing, the Gennards. Ideally, by then, we would also have 97 Forager, or 95, whatever it is. Because at that level range, there's actually a really good foraging resource we can get. Well, XP-wise, a rack. There's 3 racks in the room. If we're doing it super AFK, we could grab all 3. I think if you're doing it actively, you would only grab 1 rack. But if you're doing the AFK method, like off-stream or, you know, just chilling, you can grab all 3 racks. And it's a bit of foraging XP that you can get and just drop everything, of course. But that's basically what we would need before we get 112, Fisher. We would need 95 Forager. So that we can rack it up. It's not a lot of extra XP, but it's better than the alternative. Because otherwise we'd be doing like a level 41 Forager object in there. Way better to get a 95. Hey, where's the poll at right now? After 25 votes. While waiting on the Bigger Brighter Shores content, what are you doing currently? Prepping for combat reworks at 12%. Prepping for trade or Iron Man mode is at 12%. The highest by far is just general scaling / number go up, which makes sense. This is number go up simulator. And taking time away from the games at 16% then. Which of course is technically higher than that. Because obviously the number's a bit biased. In the sense that, generally speaking, people who are taking time away from the game are probably not watching content on the game, or at least not as much, if at all. So that number is definitely way higher. It's just biased by the fact that we're asking it on a Brighter Shores live stream. All right, what do we have here? Ooh, a single veggie. Oh, a double colon. That's convenient. I guess I'll grab this. It's not ideal, but it's far from the worst thing you could be getting. It's actually a lot more XP, but it's so much more annoying to make. The lobster thing is so bad to go make. That thing's like a one-stepper. How many do we need? I only need 4. So let me just sell until we have 4 left. Nope, not sell all. Let's double check that it is indeed 4. Yeah, it's only 4. That's fine. Alright, we're out here. Alright, let's go ahead to our next fishing location, which is the manta rays. Just gotta turn in this double for colon real quick. But enough to the manta rays we go. The animation for chopping the lobster is brutal. Oh yeah, I've seen it before. We haven't actually made it that much since then, though. I've been trying to avoid it for the most part, unless it's like a 1 turn in or something small like this one. Oops, that is not what I wanted. Oh, I forgot. I don't have it set up right now, but that's funny. Because my right click is, if you wonder why I moved through him, my right click is not option menu, it's actually walk. Because I'm using my right click to walk, whereas I would normally use left click to walk. And just to make sure we don't break the queue whenever we do fishing. You generally want to unqueue your left click from walk when doing fishing. It's not required, but it'll make it so you don't misclick and break your whole queue. Oh wait, oops. What am I doing? Go back. I had to give him 2, not 1. No, go back. I forgot. It wouldn't just turn everything in at once. There's one thing I wish would be adjusted with merchant and leatherworker. I mean merchant and cook or chef. I wish if you had multiple turn-ins for one location, that turning in one would turn in them all. There we go. I'm starting to run out of XP pots. We should have enough. Maybe I should have bought more, though. With all the non-money we have. I don't know, this will last over 2 hours, though. We should be fine. Though we are going to have to camp there for longer than 2 hours, so... But worst comes to worst, we can just bank them. Or, you know, go and tele back. If nothing else, at least we'll get some cooking contracts and everything. Alright, to the manta ray. We're almost there. Could have sold some of those eels on the ground. Oh yeah, we could have gotten that 15 silver out of them. Not all of those were eels, though. A lot of that was also the periwinkle. It kind of looked like a stack of 35 eels, but like half of that was non-eel. Alright, well, here's our new home for a little while. Oh, I like how these look. The blue manta rays. Ooh, shiny. I like these. That is our new home. Now it comes down to, do I want extra fish or do I want a little bit of foraging? And we're probably just doing the foraging. Because sometimes they troll you like this, where they go like a mile away. gonna feel weird not doing like any direct foraging right now though, because this one barely counts. I didn't double check what its XP drop is, but whatever it is pretty small compared to what we were getting. Like 6 periwinkles is at least 12 times the XP of one of these. But hey, it's more than 0. Worst comes to worst, we'll just dump some knowledge into Forager. It's not that big a deal. It's a 243 drop. Not as bad as I thought it would be, but not great either. But what is great is the amount of XP we get per ray. This is way more than we were getting per eel. There's also less downtime for when we start getting them. So our fishing XP per hour is going to be way higher than before. Not just because the rays are higher, but also because we're catching more rays per hour than we were eels earlier. But we do have to suffer heavily on foraging XP, gaining almost none. So even though I can see them easily, I still like using that just to know where their hitbox is. Not that we don't know where it is, but you know, makes it a little bit easier. Always nice to have hitboxes everywhere. I still wish there was an always on mode for this though. Like a customizable always on mode for Sense. Like sometimes you just want to know where all the hitboxes are. Even though if it's not slightly obvious, it's still nice to have just in case. To know exactly where it is. Yeah, we keep trying to cycle back to the first spawn just so it's a little bit quicker. Because after the rework with queuable action, all spawns in a room are based on the first node that you take of a resource, not the last. So you want to always take your first one as quickly as possible. Because your XP rate is basically based on when you take your first node. Particularly when it comes to fishing. Like, it doesn't matter how slow we catch all these as long as we catch them before they respawn. The only thing that matters is that we catch the first one that respawns as quickly as possible. As it determines when the next respawn is. Which is the main thing that you're waiting on. And then we just take one limper each time because why not? It's better than nothing. Let's see, grab all that. Oh, he's going far for the struggle of queuable action. But as long as we catch them all before they respawn again, doesn't matter how long it takes to walk. As long as all 6 are caught before they start respawning. So whenever I go slower like that, I should probably ditch the resource and just do a pot. Otherwise we're waiting like a few seconds before we go back in the water. Because sometimes you get just really bad RNG on them. There's not much you can do about that with queuable action. If you're doing them manually, you could do something about it, but there's just so much more chill doing them with queue. I know. He's running away, he's running away. Come back. Come back. I like how I completely switched side. The one that was furthest away is now the one all the way on the other side. Go figure. Their wander ranges in these big pools is so annoying. It's not as bad ever since queuable action, though. But pre-queuable action, these things were like a nightmare and a half to do. Honestly, out of anything that got buffed from queuable action, I would say fishing in these pools that are absurdly big are probably one of the biggest beneficiaries of it. Just because of how much less XP you waste now when one wanders like halfway across the map. There's a lot of times you lose no XP, whereas before you would have lost a ton of XP for that. Oh, they're both catching the one at 197. That means they're both doing post 200 right now. Interesting. Or they're just about to finish it. Oh no. He's wandering. He's wandering! We're way too late to the spawn. Honestly, I almost feel like just camp in the water. If I was doing this off stream, I definitely would be. Oh, no, this level 41 node just isn't really worth that much. Yeah, maybe that's what we do for the next 3 knowledge points then. I put the next 3 knowledge points into Forager. So we don't feel guilty to have to keep doing that every time. Grab the one little thingy over there. It's gonna stay in the water. Only time I'll leave is if we need to go and drop them to the ground. This will increase our fishing XP by a lot. So we're always on first spawn. Yeah, non-queuing all the fish would make you able to get more limpworts, or limpets. But the limpet is at such a bad level range right now, it's not really worth it. Even just taking one isn't even worth it at this level range, compared to making sure we're just always 5% potted and getting the first fish immediately. There's also normally how I'd be doing it if I was doing it off stream as well. That or I would grab everything in the room, if I'm going to be AFK slightly longer. Otherwise, it would just be 6 fish into 6 fish into 6 fish into, or drop all fish into repeat. Try and drop in the middle of nowhere. So it's out of the way of the fish. That's something that got really annoying when I was doing flounder AFK. is the entire pool would just get littered because I keep dropping them in the pool. So whenever I would use the sense, I would see like 10 different piles of junk just in the pool with all the fish. I do have to say, I do prefer the eel periwinkle more, as well as eel puffer. But this must be done. There's too much more EXP rate to not go for. As compared to before, what was it? We should be at, plus of course going for the periwinkles made it even slower than this. But we're currently getting 190k compared to, at absolute best, 146k. Which is probably close to like 130-ish k. Because obviously we're putting the periwinkles in there, which made it so we're off cycle. Because we weren't perfectly getting the eels on spawn. There is definitely a decent amount of downtime where they weren't being taken. Whereas mana rays will be taken every second they spawn, immediately. That's not too bad. It's about 30% better fishing XP per hour than what we were doing before. At the cost of getting no Forager XP. But I will dump the next 3 knowledge points into Forager just to offset it. But everything else will go into Fisher. I do have to say, I wish fishing had like one more extra activity. I feel like it's missing like that extra one like mining has. Or it has like 3 primary ways of training. Technically 4 if you count the difference between rock and stone. But even if you just count both of those as 1, because they're pretty similar. There's 3 training methods for mining. Blast mining, normal mining, aka ores and rocks, and minecart. But fishing only has 2. It has the co-op netfish and the stabby stabby. And most things fall on stabby stabby. It doesn't actually have a 3rd activity. Not counting passives and everything. But I mean like actively training. There's either stabby stabby or co-op fishing. Yep, the dog alarm's going again. I tried. I held it off for about 10 to 15 minutes. Almost at our first level from this. Not too bad. There we go. Already got it. The next 3 knowledge points will go into Forager, though. But after that, all in on fishing until 98. And 98 does give us a puffer eel back. For the first time this entire stream. The only problem with that, ironically, is I'll be doing it at the end of this stream. So I technically won't be able to AFK fish. I just have to do AFK woodcutting. Because, yeah, I can't do AFK fishing. Because puffer eel is anything but AFK. It is actually very active. It's the most active fishing method in the game. So you can't, like, AFK it like you can these in the big pool. It's a kind of unfortunate one to end on. But that means if I do want to AFK something, it has to be either stews or you know, active AFK. It'd either have to be stews or woodcutting. You're sad you're working, you just want to grind. Yeah, there's plenty of time to grind. It's not going anywheres. Launch of the game is still like months away at this point. I'm curious what the state of the game will be like at launch, though. Because I feel like a lot of people will still not like it at launch. Most of the people who really care about combat, not that they'll hate the new combat system, but to our understanding, there's going to be 0 bosses and 0 raids at launch. Which, some people will not like. Especially if the average RuneScape player comes back. Because both of those 2 games are just bossing simulators at this point. And this game would have 0 at launch. It's the only thing I could see going really bad when he does do 1.0 launch. Like, it wouldn't affect my enjoyment personally. But there'll be a lot of people that will hate that there's, like, nothing to really kill. Because this game's still going to be a skilling simulator by the time 1.0 launches. Will be PvP by then, but there's not going to be proper PvM by then. Oh no! They respawned before I could get them all. You think the combat rework will be done before trade? Honestly, I hope so. I still feel like trade is first, though trade is definitely way harder. There's so much more things you can mess up with trading than you can with combat rework. Because the combat rework could just be reworked. You can't really rework a game-breaking glitch with duplication. Other than just roll back into servers. Multiple hours or multiple days. Like, there's a lot more that can go wrong with the trading system than with the combat system. At absolute worst, the only thing that will go wrong with the combat system is your XP rate will be way too high. The worst that can happen with trading is infinite duplication of everything. Which, yeah, that's not good. You're bad at determining trees. We'll probably make a bunch of guides on it when it does come out. That'll probably be our first guides. I don't know, we'll have to see how he structures the tree and everything. I'm not really sure how much build diversity there's really going to be, though. Because from what I could tell, there's only really like 3 builds you would ever make. Like melee DPS, which is also basically melee tank. Because there's nothing you really need a tank for. But it's like a mix of just like clicking on something and auto-winning. But like a mixed like DPS tank kind of build for melee, a all-in DPS range build, or a mixed class build where you utilize everything's best special attack, which would be good against elemental weak enemies. But beyond that, there isn't really much build diversity beyond that, at least until raids and bosses come out. You're either just building a really high DPS melee build that will never die, an absurdly high range DPS build with like infinite ammo that will also never die, or a mixed class build that would also be really DPS heavy, but specialize more in using every best special attack in the game. To our understanding, they mentioned they're never adding magic to the game, based on what they said so far. What they mentioned for magic is you'll get spells that are like these, which, you know, are just for the overworld. Or they will have special attacks on weapons that are kind of like your spells, quote-unquote. But based on what they've said, we're never getting magic. Like, there will never be a magic profession in the game. It is a purely melee and range build game, but the closest you get to magic being special attacks. So you can look at your special attack meter almost like your mana meter in a sense. It's not going to be called mana. We don't know what they're going to call it. Might just be called special attack energy or something. That's what they called it last time. But it's basically your mana, even though it won't be called mana. It's effectively what it is. There's a lot of special attacks will be magical, and do magical-based damage. But are not magical in the sense that you're literally just spamming magic over and over again. It's a lot more limited. I just realized I just use a 5% pot and now I'm not going to be able to use this. I should use a 10% instead of a 5. Because now we're in an awkward situation where I'm at 200%. But you're not allowed to drink another potion because I have an XP potion already going. Too bad there's not like an override button. I'm not sure what to do here. Do I just waste 5% on my knowledge point? I guess I have to. Otherwise I'm wasting even more knowledge by not using it. And then we get to double it. But yeah, the fullest extent we're ever going to get to magic is special attack energy and elemental damage on special attacks. Or special attacks are your, like, quote-unquote magic in a sense. But based on what they've said, we're not getting, like, a separate magic profession. We're not going to get, like, a combat spellbook or anything. Just the utility one that we have. Of course, this could change in the future, but there's currently no plans for such a mechanic. Stop moving. As soon as we get 200% meter, we'll go get 71 foraging. And honestly, I'm almost considering doing 71 foraging and dumping all the XP into Fisher. As we do Forager. Just so we can get slightly closer to the next fish. Actually, no, it makes sense to do that the other way around. Like, get to around 95 fishing, 96 fishing. And then we go do the foraging grind for the next monument upgrade. The only thing I don't know is how much knowledge per hour do you get from only taking monument pieces? I want to say around 3-ish probably. Which means it's like a level and a half for fishing. So we need like 96 and a half then. Or 96 and a part. And then we can do foraging until the monument's done. Or, you know, next tier of the monument. Not the whole monument, obviously. And then, we go back to fishing for whatever's needed. Or no, the fishing would already be done then. Yeah, I think that's the game plan then. We dump all this knowledge on the Forager. Then we start dumping it all into Fisher. And then at 96 and a half Fisher, we go do all Forager for the next monument piece. And then from there, we could Puffer Ray until the end. Which should be less than an hour of having to do Puffer Ray. Because our main goal is just to get to 100. But also to finish the next tier of monument at 71. I'm not sure what the next monument upgrade is. I think some of the rubble goes away. I don't remember. We're still at the lame looking monument. We don't have the tower yet. I'm curious what levels you're going to need to get like various cosmetics from it when they add it down the line. Because they did mention that it's just going to be a cosmetic reward. But we don't know if you get one for full completion or partial completions or when you get it. Presumably, if you do get something for partial completion, the first moment where you're allowed to go all the way to the top of the tower is probably when you get that. There's probably 2 that you would end up getting. One when you can finally go to the top of the tower, and then another one when you fully max it. I'm not sure what level you need to get to the top of the tower, though. I want to say it's like 200 something. Yeah, there's definitely no way that we get to 3,000 today. That's kind of sad. I kind of knew based on what we did earlier, math-wise, that we wouldn't. Well, we'll get decently close. Definitely tomorrow's goal for sure, though. I'll also have base 100 non-combat tomorrow. Because, of course, we're definitely going for 100 Forager tomorrow. We'll probably mix fishing with it, though with a heavier focus on Forager than fishing. Whereas today was a higher focus on fishing rather than Forager, even though we're both still doing both.
Because there's a lot of foraging cycles where you can actually just camp all 6 fish in order to wait for a respawn. If you're doing drop all rather than banking. Because there's a lot of routes that open up depending on what you're trying to do. The only big issue is none of them are on route for Gennard, which is the next big fish that we need to go do after puffer eel. Flounder and manta ray are the 2 main ones you can do it for. Which is good because the first fish that you have to do post 200 is manta ray. So if you ever do post 200, it works really good into foraging cycles. Though I don't plan to do post 200 anytime soon, though. This is one of many skills that is basically staying at 200 forever until the game forces us to get higher. Unless they buff cooking by, like, 100 times. Or something like that. Like, actually give a viability to some cooking beyond money. Then maybe we'd be tempted to get Fisher up a bit. As it currently stands, it is pretty pointless to get Fisher up. And the only reason I would do post 200 cooking is just so we get passive XP over time. As the ventures are always worth it. And those are pretty time gated if you want to farm them, a ton of them. So it's best to do them slowly over time rather than trying to push them all at once. This guy's standing on the same tile as well. He has the exact same idea. Though he's very AFK though. But yeah, I think our goal at this point is to get to 96.5. Then after 96.5, we do Monument until it's 1 tier upgraded. And that should, hopefully, fingers crossed, get us to 98 fishing. If it doesn't, we'll just manually do, like, stews or something. Whatever we need to, like, push it over. There we go, 92. 4.5 to go. And some of that will be assisted with knowledge. This next double knowledge is going to Forager, but everything beyond that's going into Fisher until it's 100. Well, technically until it's 98. At 98, I might start dumping into something completely different, even just into Forager. Just because we can't get any better XP rate than at 98. Because I'm pretty sure there isn't a single fishing method quicker than puffer eel. And 90 is when puffer eel begins. But then it falls off the second you get to your next fish. But for the duration that you do get to do, it's the quickest fishing XP in the game. Any level range. I mean, not any level range. Because technically those max rays are better and stuff like that. But any level range where it's viable, it is the quickest XP relative to where you're at. Like, the amount of levels you'd be gaining per hour at the level range at which it is viable is quicker than any other method. Alright, do we get enough EXP within this threshold to go use a 10% right now? I feel like the answer is yes, but also no. I'm using a 5%. Just in case. Then once this 5% expires, we'll use the 10. And that'll be our 71 foraging we need for monument piece, and we'll be good to go. But I will wait on the monument just to go get slightly higher fishing. So when we dump the knowledge into fishing, it'll just be a little bit better XP. Because we're probably gonna have to do monument for almost 2 hours. Definitely an hour. I was not sure how many we need to turn in. Which I guess we could check. How do you check? Where's the page for all the monuments? Where's the page that tells me all the numbers for the monument? I know there is one. This is not it. There's definitely a page somewhere on that wiki. That's one thing that's a little bit annoying about the wiki right now, aside from it obviously not having all info, but it's fine. But a lot of the pages don't connect together the way you think they would. Like, you would think the piece on the monument would have at least one link that would lead to the master monument page. That would have all the numbers, because that page exists. But you can't get there from the monument menu. Or maybe it is and I just don't see it, let's see. Is there any link all the way like at the bottom that brings you to... No. No. Oh, this one. Aha, there is one. I found it. Which one are we up to though? It doesn't say the level. I think it's this one right here. I need 312. Yeah, whatever it is, I need 312 of it. Which should only take an hour then. Which means I actually need 97 fishing then. There we go. Even overshooting a little. But we need 97 fishing, then we'll go do an hour of monument then. Hello, Sean, and thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. One level at a time. Oh yeah, we're kind of switching it up a little bit. We're kind of working towards base 100. We're getting 100 fishing today. A little bit of foraging so we can go to the next monument tier. Then tomorrow we get 100 foraging and level 3,000 total. We won't be hitting 3,000 today, unfortunately, though. Because I wasn't able to grind as much last night as I wanted to. But we got plenty of sleep, though. But, yeah, we'll just finish on tomorrow. It's not that big a deal. But our main goal today, as far as finishing things up, is 125 chef, 100 fisherman, in the next tier of the monument. Which we have the level for. I just need to go spend an hour gathering the pieces. And then tomorrow will be 3,000 total, 100 forager, and whatever other little grind we put in there. We'll probably do slightly more than that. Because 100 forager shouldn't take too long. Especially since we'll have like 73 forager after the grind we're about to go do. I've really fallen behind on sleep for the most part. That's one thing I've been making sure to do during Brighter Shores. Is we never lost sleep over the game, for the most part. Other than like that 124-hour stream we did on day 1. But that was just because it was launch day. I'm not sure what the first update would have to be for us to do a 24-hour stream again for the game. I guess technically a raid. Maybe a boss if it's engaging enough. And if it's drop table, it takes 24 hours to even get everything, or more. Because that's something we don't know, is like, how long will it take to get everything from a boss? Oh, so I really hope once we start getting stuff like that, that he adds a collection log equivalent to this game. Especially since we'll be playing on a main account. I just hope he does it really, really early on. Because then you get to play like pseudo Iron Man mode even as a main account with trading active. You still have to earn every drop. Because I like when the game tracks that you've actually gotten it yourself. Even if you have the ability just to buy it. Oh yeah, episode 5 for sure, yeah. Yeah, obviously for like launch in episode 5 we would. Both are assumably around the same time. You're either getting episode 5 slightly before launch or literally with launch. But yeah, we're going really hard on episode 5. As I do plan, at least currently, as long as Builder is not horrifically bad, I will likely 500 all Chapter 5. It'll be the first chapter we ever 500 all on. With Chronopolis likely being the second one. Just because we're already going to be so far into it by that point. I think it's already like 80% done. Because before Chapter 5 comes out, I'm already going to be 500, 500, 300-ish, and 322. Which is pretty much already maxed. Like, not quite. It's still like a 200, 300, 400 hour grind. But, you know, it's not that far away compared to 0, 0, 0, 0. It's already going to be like 2/3 max by the time Chapter 5 even comes out. What level smithing do I have by the time Chapter 5 comes out? 500. There's no way we wouldn't have 500 by then. Unless it's coming out in like 3 months from now. But assuming it's coming out like early midsummer, we will 100% have 500 by then. I'm trying to do that potentially even before the combat rework. But it also depends heavily when the combat rework comes. Because bare minimum, I want 200 all non-combat by the rework, which we should have in the next 2 or 3 weeks. By Valentine's Day or earlier. But ideally, I also want 500 mining and 500 smithing by the time the combat rework happens. If it's like months from now. It would have to be over a month and a half from now for that to happen, though. Because having 440 smithing would be so helpful so we can make 500 for most gear. Because we basically, unless special attacks change that, we can make every best weapon by 449 smithing. Because you're going to have an extra plus 60 when the combat rework happens. So all we really need is 449 smithing to be able to make 500s. We won't be able to make 500 for everything, but we'll be able to make it for everything that's relevant. Because all 3 of the blue weapons would be achievable by then. The only thing we wouldn't have access to is the special attack off a throwing axe, battle axe, and metal bow. But I highly doubt those are good enough to justify going that many more smithing levels. Yeah, 449 is the ideal level we would have before the combat rework. I want to have 200 all skilling and 449 smithing. As well as, I guess that technically means, what mining level is that then? Because I would need a tier 6 Flatiniums. Which is 442, ouch. That's a little high. And at that point, honestly, you might as well just go to 500. It's already so close to 500, it's like, you might as well go all the way. Yeah, that's really high. But doable. Any knowledge that we get now will be dumped into Fisher then. We should be able to get 2 sets of 200% before we go to Forager. And then as we do Forager, also gets dumped into Fisher. And then at 98, we get the all-elusive Puffer Eel finally. It's actually going to be the first time since we've had a max spear. Well, you know, quote-unquote max, you know, level 25. That we actually get to properly do Puffer Eel. The XP rate should be absurdly high. The only problem is you only get to do it for like 10 levels before it falls off. But for those 10 levels, it'll be like the quickest 10 fishing levels we ever get. But yeah, you only get to do it from 98 until 112. Which is, what, 14 levels. It's not horrible. And when you do have to switch to the other fish, you do get a spear upgrade at least, the level after. So that kind of helps offset the fact that you're not doing Puffer Eel anymore. A permanent 5% bonus. Gosh, should we go pet the doggy again? We did it earlier, and I know it ended up. It helped for like 10 minutes. Like if I open my door, she's not even gonna come over here. Like if she came over here, I would go pet her. But she wants you to go to her. She's too lazy to come here. I'll be back in 1 second once we go to this one. We'll go pet the doggy. It's only gonna last for like 10 minutes though. I'll be right back. Ugh. The doggy has been petted. See how long that lasts for. Till the dog alarm goes off again. Like, it just had a walk like an hour or two ago. It literally has like all the food and water it could ever need. It literally just wants attention. And nothing else. And the second it doesn't get it for a few minutes, it just starts barking again. There we go, 93. Yeah, we actually need 4 more levels then. Because based on the numbers earlier, we should only have to do the monument for about an hour. Meeting a lot of people today. Everyone's chilling at the beach. Which I live pretty close to the water. I pretty much live close to the water like my entire life at this point. Yeah, the beach isn't like anything special anymore. Because I'm so used to being like... I think the longest I've ever lived from a beach is like 30 minutes. I never really lived inland. And right now I'm like a 5-minute walk. Like if I stand on the top of my house, I could see the beach probably. And the reason it's like a 5-minute walk is that you have to go through a major road. Which that alone is sometimes 5 minutes. Just getting past that road. This feels like the light never turns red. Of course, it would go a complete opposite direction the second I go for it. Wonderful. I should only have to train for 3 more then. Because the knowledge will cover the rest. Which means there's about an hour of Mana Ray, an hour of Monument, and then probably honestly only like half an hour to go do Puffer. This should be pretty quick. Typically it's like 40-ish minutes. I'm not sure the exact XP rate. I know it's really quick though. It's been a long while since we've done Puffer Eel. But I know it is really, really good. It wouldn't be dumping any knowledge into it, though. Any knowledge would just dump into Forager. Or technically Chef. The Forager would make more sense at the moment. And then after tomorrow, once we do another Hopeport stream, except more focus on Forager rather than on Fisher, we're probably heading back to the forest. I just prioritize that all the way to 200, 200. Just in case the combat reworks like a week from now or something. I highly doubt it. But carpenter or woodcutting is more important to have up by then. Well, that worked out nicely for once. The fish came straight to us. I still wish you could throw your spear, though. Imagine touching sand IRL. I don't know, sand feels pretty good. It's something I haven't done in a while, though. Just walk on the beach. Used to do it a lot in the past. Just go from, like, pier to pier. Which is, like, over a mile. Which is multiple miles. I'm not sure how long exactly it is. It's definitely quite a walk, though. I do have to say, the vibe of this place is still really nice. That's one thing I always miss about Hopeport whenever I finally come back. It's like, oh yeah, this place is actually pretty good. Like, a lot of the skills here are so useless. But the actual area is really chill. I really hope they do buff fishing and cooking at some point, though. Because I feel like this leaves a really bad first impression with newer players. Just because of how bad they are. Like, the usefulness of Forager into alchemy is a lot more obvious. Whereas fishing into chef does, like, nothing right now. That didn't just save you a little bit of money. Like, Hopeport's overall vibes is amazing, but the skills are just so bad until they get rebalanced and or buffed and or have more use cases. Like, the actual activity of this is, like, fine. It's just the actual end product of what fishing into cooking does is, like, non-existent right now. There's pretty much no need to save fish. Because you barely need them for cooking. And even if you need them for cooking, all it does is save you money. That spear alone is worth it? True. It is a pretty cool looking spear. You basically get a trident. You don't get that till like really late though, don't you? What level is that? You get it at like level, like 1 billion. Where is it? I know you get the second to last tier pretty early. But the final one's at... Did I pass it? Where is this thing? It's at 310. That's not too bad, but gosh, that's still pretty deep. 310 Fisher. Because I don't plan to do post 200 anytime soon. This cooking and fishing gets a huge overhaul. More so, cooking. Because fishing doesn't really need an overhaul, it just needs more use for the fish. Like, cooking on its own, getting buffed, also buffs fishing. Just because obviously some of the best stuff that they would add to cooking as far as effects or whatever they would have on it would be related to fish. Just so there's a reason to actually do fishing. Or, you know, to actually bank them, I should say. Because right now, there is so little incentive to bank anything from fishing. Yeah, alchemy is by far the best skill in Hopeport. It's not even close. As far as like usefulness beyond the chapter. It's arguably even the most useful skill in the entire game right now. Especially since it also applies to Chapter 5. Which are skills that do that. Like Merchant into Leatherworker into Chapter 5. And a few other things like Bone Right into it as well. As well as technically all these. And anything else that gets used for Armor Maker. But alchemy so far feeds into every single chapter. Directly and indirectly. It's the only skill that really does that at the moment. For example, these 10% pots we got earlier. But also our 7% for Hope Forest for later. When we go back there in like 2 days or so. But overall, the most useful skill for every chapter right now is Alchemy for Chapter 1, Carpentry or Gather for Chapter 2, depending on what you want to prioritize. One prioritizes potions more, the other one prioritizes crafting weapons more. Chapter 3 is whatever one is your corresponding weapon making skill relative to class. And in Chapter 4, it is technically Leatherworker. Because it's the best moneymaker in the game, though it does require a merchant to be able to utilize. And it will be used to make an armor. It's basically carpentry, but for Chapter 4. Except without the Chapter 5 component yet. Except right now you can still use it to print infinite money. But that's definitely the most useful one at the moment for each. Alchemy, Carpentry, or Gather, depending on if you want to prioritize that more and do Alchemy. But Alchemy, Carpenter... whatever your weapon making skill is Chapter 3, and then Leathermaker. All production skills, oddly enough. Well, it's because they lead to a final product. That's not the order you'd want to level them in. Obviously, having the Gathering component is really good. For things like Forager, Gatherer, Woodcutter, Miner, Merchant, if you count that technically. But all the final product ones are generally the ones that really matter. Because the Gatherer is mostly just to make sure you don't burn like 1 billion resources to go and do it. As well as having access to getting more whenever you want it. But for the most part, they're mostly just for saving money. Like every gathering skill in the game, ultimate goal is basically just to save money. And to be able to completely self-sufficient the resource without needing to buy it from a shop or anything. I don't know, is there a single gathering skill that has a secondary purpose? I think there is at the moment. Because all of them are ultimately just saving money. Which you do need to do, because trying to do it without it is just way too hard for most of the time. Unless you're like really loaded way down the line. I guess Monument could be, though it's cosmetic. Let's see, Fisher has nothing. Forager has Monument. Gather has technically nothing. Woodcutting has definitely nothing. Mining, yeah, also has nothing. And Merchants, yeah, it's just discounts, which is the same thing as saving money. Which is also nothing, yeah. So the closest we have is like Forager's Monument, and that's it. That's something that's purely cosmetic, though. It doesn't actually do anything. Even once it does get a reward, I believe they mentioned it's just could be cosmetic reward. So even then, it's still cosmetic. But ultimately, that's the only thing every gathering skill does in this game. It just saves money. Though a lot of them are required because of how much money they do save. If you're doing the corresponding skills all the way to 500. Only one that's technically skippable, at least at the moment with how it's balanced, is you don't need Fisher for a 500 cooker. Or 500 chef, I mean. Cooker. But you don't need fishing for 500 chef. And I think that's it. And I guess technically you don't need merchant for 500 leatherworker. Everything else is definitely highly, highly, highly advised to end up getting the gathering skill to go with it. Even merchant, I would advise it. Or, you know, merchant before you do leatherworker. You still profit without it, though. At least in the current state of the game. Though they might rebalance that in the future. Whereas you can't do, like, just carpentry. If you do just carpentry while buying the logs, you will burn so much money. Chef ends up taking 2 to 3 times longer without fish. There are some dead zones. But as long as you're doing your contracts, you should be fine. Because you can contract all the way to 500. The problem is when you're not contracting, you're just spamming like stews or bacon sandwiches. That would be very slow. Yeah, there we go, 94. 3 levels to go. And then the knowledge from getting Forager done should be enough. So 2.5 levels to go. That was quick. The knowledge really pushed it over, didn't it? I just realized, I wonder why my camera kept moving. It's because my right click's on both camera and on move right now. That's why I keep shifting around. Because I have to make sure it's not on left click, otherwise it ruins your queue when you're doing Fisher. Ooh. We're coming for you soon, Puffer. Well, technically not soon, because we have to do the whole foraging grind before we get there. Soon might not be the right term, but eventually. Because at this point we gotta do these for an hour, Monument for an hour, and then we just Puffer for like half an hour to an hour. There should be every grind we need to get done. Of course, as we mentioned, we'll be a little bit short of 3,000, but that's what tomorrow is for. Though tomorrow we're definitely gonna overshoot 3,000 though. Oh, you know, one thing that's actually going to be pretty convenient? I'm gonna run out of 5% pots while doing Monument. Which is actually good because I don't need them for Monument. I need the 10%, but I don't need the 5%. Because we're not gonna be chugging them. There's no downtime, I don't believe. So we're never actually gonna need to drink one. Which is kind of convenient because we're gonna run out of these in about an hour. Which is pretty much the same time that we'll be done with Mana Ray. Also, I have 0 of these banked, by the way. So we better start doing some puffer eels, otherwise I have no EXP pots. I would need to go drag out like the 6% or something. I know, I don't even think I made the 6%. I think I only made the, I didn't even make 6%. I only have, 5%, or technically none, because we're going to run out. But yeah, I only have 10%. I don't have any other potion. We're too poor to afford the absurdly cheap 1 silver each 5% pot. But yeah, we're going to have to dump our whole cash stack on that later. That's kind of sad. I can't afford the cheapest 5% potion in the game. Yeah, I kind of hope trading doesn't come out soon. We're too poor. We need more money before trading comes out. I'm nearly at negative right now. As anytime we get anything, it just gets dumped into something immediately. Like for tomorrow, I'm going to need to buy a bunch of 5% pots that'll bring me down to 0. Have we done a poll in Iron Man mode? Yes. Surprisingly, it was pretty much 50-50. It was almost a perfectly even split of people saying they'll go Iron Man, not Iron Man, as in enable trading, as well as people who weren't sure. It was almost a perfectly even split across all 3. Last time we polled it. I'm really curious to see what the day of trading release will be, though. Like, which one did you end up opting for? Iron Man mode just for now until you decide if you want to do trading or not, or trading enabled. Because that'd be the true moment of truth. The day of. Because that's when people are actually doing it. But yeah, based on past polls, it was pretty evenly on all 3. On staying Iron Man, going and enabling trading, or undecided. And that was a stream that we had quite a bit more people, too. It was almost like a 100-vote poll. And it was still dead even across all 3, pretty much. No, you will be able to buy from stores and merchant as Iron Man. However, the price hike that's happening when trading comes out should affect Iron Man as well. So when all the price hike for trading, even if you keep trading disabled, you will still have the price hike of all the shops. So it will become less viable as an Iron Man to use shops after trading comes out. Yeah, they said that they're going to be increasing prices for when trading comes out. Either exactly at the same time or slightly before. Likely at the exact same time. By how much and which items, we don't really know, though. And it would have to affect Iron Man mode, otherwise people would just stay as non-Iron Man and then go make a profit when they go to Iron... or, you know, they would stay Iron Man, but then make a profit when they go non-Iron. So they basically have to make all shops for Iron Man also increase. Otherwise there's no point even increasing the prices to begin with. Could make it so things that are bought while Iron Man aren't tradable. That'd be way too hard for them to track, though. That'd be easy to track for a piece of gear, but you wouldn't be able to track a resource that way. As while gear are identified as individual objects, even if they're exactly the same, resources are not. At least not with how they're currently coded. Each weapon and armor piece is unique, even if they're the exact same, one-to-one, identical. They're still unique objects, but every crafting material, like these mana rays and everything, they're identified as the same object. Hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hello, Ashley, by the way. Welcome, welcome. All right, as soon as that ticks in, 2 levels to go. Technically a bit less than that because the knowledge we'll get along the way. So it's more like a level and a half. Oh, so thank you, Yusef. Yep, we're getting there. We're getting there. 3,000 will roll in tomorrow. We'll have our 100 fishing today. And then we'll get our 100 Forager tomorrow for basically base 100. Ignore combat. A pretended combat doesn't exist until combat rework. Doesn't count. That's one thing that's going to be weird once we do have base 200. Like pseudo base 200. Because we technically don't have base 200 yet. Because I have 200 in the sense that, you know, we'll have, you know, 200 all non-combat. But we're still going to have 50 guard, 51 scout, 100 mine fighter. Because we're not doing those until the rework. Even if they're the only 200s we need. Still waiting on the rework. Though on day of rework, we're probably mostly doing Chronopolis combat. Just because it's the skill tree we're deepest into. So we get to have the most fun with it. It's one of the reasons I want to have the detective level. In case we feel like going all out on it first. Just so we can go get the dragon cape. But no, if we get spare untunes, we can also bring them to other chapters. It's just really unlikely, though. They would get a spear untuned 4-star that's actually viable. You got a level 10 hand rig? Yeah, I still need to go 10 both of them. I haven't bothered doing that yet for Forager. Luckily, everything we need to do in the near future doesn't actually require it. Like, all the grind we do tomorrow, I don't think it requires a single one of them. It's all either ground items or ones that use trowel. Oh, that's not true. Nettle. Ooh, I don't have any way to buy that. Yeah, there's no way we scrap together 2 gold from 0 within that time. Luckily, you don't have to do nettle for that long. But you have no way of doing nettle. The one thing I do need the money for, I need the money for secutors at least. Those secutors probably cost like 300 to 500 silver. Which, generally speaking, is almost nothing. but I actually can't even afford it. Especially since I haven't even bought all the 5% XP pots we need for tomorrow. Yeah, where am I scrapping that money from? I actually don't know. We need to scrap together the money for tier 2 secateurs. Which at most is like 500 silver. It's probably a little cheaper than that. Oh yeah, end of trail too. Yeah, where are we getting this 1 gold from? Luckily, when we do puffer eel, we do make money from that. As we will be selling them rather than dropping them like we were before. It does waste some XP to sell them though, but not that much. The alchemy grind hit the budget hard, yeah, but it's so useful though. Helps speed up everything. Like these 10% pots that we can keep offsetting with. Which are mostly just for knowledge points, double dipping, but you know, still useful. Because every 20 knowledge points we get one free. Technically every 10. But every 20 is how much extra value we're getting compared to 5%. Oh, there's a bit of a weird visual glitch. Did like a little shimmy there. I feel like it took extra long to respawn that time. Did we really get them done that quick? I feel like that one took forever. Yeah, after this next 200% meter, I think we go over to Forager for an hour then. I do need to grab fear pots from the bank though. You forgot about fear pots even existing? Yeah. The only reason we haven't been using them, you know, in the past was we needed 104 alchemy to make the really good ones, the 9-minute ones. But now that we finally have them, we have been utilizing them for things. It's one of the reasons I didn't do 200 Forager before 200 alchemy. As you actually do need fear pots for Forager. Mostly for monument pieces. We have to do monument pieces a lot. Do you still think they would be tradable though? But the monument pieces, they should be. Though we don't know. But they are bankable. And it's already possible to get them before your level. But you have to get them from chests rather than from Forager itself. Or, you know, from trading rather, I mean. But you can still get them from chests right now. Monument pieces that are higher than your level range. But I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be tradable. You'll likely be able to buy the entirety of Monument at level 0 if you wanted to. I'm pretty sure that will be controversial, but they're almost guaranteed going to be tradable when it launches. Which means people with trading enabled will probably be able to have a level 0 foraging monument fully completed. It would not be cheap to buy all the pieces though. So you're talking like half a platinum at minimum. Maybe not that high, but it would be pretty high. And I'd have to break down how many you could do per hour relative to how many total there are. There definitely isn't quick gathering that many. Like it is in the double-digit number of hours, if not low triple-digit. Let me see. Are we on the page for it? What are all these numbers added together? Alright, so the other thing earlier said you could do about 400 an hour. So what is 48 plus 312, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, plus 3, 9, 112, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Divide that by 400. It would take 74 hours to bank a full monument. Roughly. Assuming you do 40 an hour. Wiki said like 400 something. But let's say you only do like 400 an hour. But, yeah, it would take 74 hours to bank someone to full monument. So whatever that would cost. Whatever 74 hours of gameplay would cost. Where you're gaining basically 0 XP. Because realistically, to be able to do all of them, you would need 490 Forager. And if you're 490 Forager, probably 500 Forager. If you're 500 Forager, you'd be gaining no XP. There's not too many people who would probably be willing to do that. But if someone did... Yeah, it would take about 74 hours to get all monument pieces. If someone was to buy it from someone. So, let's say it was half a platinum. That means they would only be making, what, like 6 gold an hour? 7 gold an hour? Like around 7 gold an hour. Which is not awful. But it's also not like insanely high for 500 Forager. But no, it really comes down to what people are willing to pay. Or if anyone's even willing to do that for 74 hours to go and sell it. Because I don't feel like most people would. That's a lot of time. Because if you were to fully buy Monument from someone, you're basically buying 74 hours from someone. So it would go for a lot. Like a lot. Oh, can they buy from the shop? Wait, that's a thing? Wait, you can buy Monument pieces from the shop? Wait, that's news to me. Wait, you don't even need to forge them? Can you actually buy them from the shop? Wait. I knew you could sell it to the shop. You can buy them too. Why does buy price say not bought? That's the wiki just says incorrect info here. But I could have sworn you can only sell, not buy. I'm almost 100% certain you can only sell them. You'll probably be able to buy them when trading comes out. But the shop itself doesn't sell them, I'm pretty sure. Oh, only once you've completed the tier. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I never noticed that. I'm gonna go check that later when we go buy it. Because we're gonna have to teleport away and teleport back when I get the fear potions. I'll check it then. Wait, that's pretty huge if so. Because that makes that 74 hours go down to like 10 hours. Actually, maybe closer to like 15 to 20 hours. But it wouldn't be 74 hours anymore. It'd be like 20 hours max. Which means Monument might actually cost closer to only like 300 gold then. It's still a lot. But it'd be closer to like 200 or 300 gold rather than 500 to like a platinum. Because if you can buy all of them except the final one, the final ones would only take you like under 10 hours to go gather. And you just buy everything from the shop. Obviously, it will take a little bit to go buy them from the shop, but there's a teleport thing like right next to it. Like there's a storage rift like 5 tiles away from the shop. So it's really quick to mass buy them. But yeah, that means that's only like 20 hours then to buy every monument piece. Or, you know, and as well as gather the 9 to 10 hours of the final piece. Which means you could get it all in a single weekend then. And then sell it to someone for upwards of 300 gold. Yeah, hopefully we can get that level before we hit 200%. I don't think we're going to, though. And then after that, we'll go check Forager and everything. After the 2-minute potion expires. We'll double dump this into fishing. Use up the rest of the 10% potion. Probably do a little bit of cooking while we're over there. At least go check our contracts. Probably do a full thing of stew too while we're there. And then we'll pivot over to Forager for a little bit. Dump all the XP from Forager into Fisher. And if we're still not 98, we just go and manually train back on Mana Ray again. For whatever last little bit we need. And then we have Puffer Eel, finally. I wish we had more time to do Puffer Eel today. These 100s is the main goal. We're only going to be able to do it for like 2 levels. I will start dumping knowledge at that point into Forager, though. There's just no point in trying to skip past the quickest XP rate you're ever going to get. Yeah, Puffer Eel is really satisfying. I haven't gotten to do it in a long while. There's just only certain level ranges where it's viable. And we're about to hit it at 98. Oh, so I don't show it too often, but yeah, we still don't have the beaver, by the way. We are at we've been doing this since Brighter Shores came out. We're at 77 million woodcutting XP, about to gain a virtual level barely. We're at 8.5 million arrow shafts, and we still do not have. Where's all pets? All pets. We still do not have beaver. There's the beaver. There's all 0 beavers we have. But yeah, this thing just does not want to drop. At some point, hopefully. It's still kind of crazy. We've been doing that for, not counting leagues, every second we've been doing Brighter Shores, we've been doing that. Literally every second, and it still does not have it. It's over 1,000 hours. I started a month beforehand because it was sick in October. And I need something like AFK to do in that game, so I just started doing the beaver grind. It was supposed to only last for like a month. And then it went into Brighter Shores, and it is still going to this day. I'm about to run out of membership on it in like a couple weeks, too. And I'm not bothering renewing due to recent things that have been happening with them. We're going to be switching over to the free-to-play grind. And get my childhood dream of full Castle Wars golden armor. That grind takes anywhere from like 3 to 6 months. But you can do it 100% free-to-play. It doesn't cost anything to go grind for. Because a couple of years ago, they added Castle Wars to free-to-play. It's kind of crazy how dry we are. This is one of the reasons I want to enable trading in Brighter Shores. As if our Iron Man luck is anything in Brighter Shores as it is in Old School RuneScape, I don't want to disable trading. We'll still go for drops if they ever add like a collection log thing to the game. But in case we ever go like mega absurdly dry, I wanted a abort mission button. We could just buy it then. Because I have such a dry streak going on like almost everything. You want to become Iron Man so you don't have to worry about getting banned ever? I don't know, has there been a lot of false plans in Brighter Shores? I don't feel like there have been. I guess there are some things that might flag real world trading that aren't, like when you trade from an alt or something. Yeah, I haven't really traded in Modern RuneScape. The last time I've traded in RuneScape was probably 2018. So I'm not sure what it's like in the last 6 years in that regard. Because when I came back, I've only been playing on Iron Man mode. Aside from the little bit I did on my Defense Pure, but that barely counts. I mostly just tried the new Wilderness Thingy just to see how much it could farm. It was like 2.5 mil an hour while doing Agility. which still to this day is actually the most profitable agility in the game. Because I have an account that's really good at not dying. That almost no account can ever attack. So you can just farm there pretty much indefinitely. Because normally your profit would be diminished by death, but it never dies. So it doesn't need to worry about that. It's still pretty low though in that game compared to like PVM. But for skilling, 2.5 mil an hour is actually not that bad. For what's actually half decent agility rate. Alright, time to teleport. We're out of here. Actually, let me get just a little bit more. I actually did like one more cycle. We'll use one more 5% pot. The reason I want to keep going is I need to ensure that the next boost, 100%, will bring us to 97. When we use a knowledge boost with 10% bonus. And I feel like we're slightly short right now. So I'll use up the rest of this 5% pot and then we'll tele over. Go do a little bit of chef, check the message board, and go get our fear pots. And then we'll start doing monument, because we shouldn't need that many monument pieces. Based on the wiki, it should only take us about an hour. And of course, they did do a buff to it the other week as well. The ants will no longer walk on top of our monument pieces. They didn't do that for detective, unfortunately. But all Forager locations, enemies can no longer walk on top of them. So you never need to worry about that anymore. Which is really good for monument pieces. A few other things as well, but particularly monument pieces. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we can teleport. Let's wait till we get the last few here. Now we just need to dump 5 knowledge into Fisher. Also, one thing that's kind of funny, I could go cook these. We don't have any contracts that use this low tier one, though. So I'm just gonna drop them to the ground. It's probably not worth cooking them. Alright, so we'll do one inventory of these, go check our message board. If it seems worthwhile to go run anything, we might go do a full run, we'll see. Otherwise, we'll just turn in whatever stew we have. There has to be 3 or more good tasks to go do, for us to go and do them all, though. If there's only 1 or 2 good tasks, then I'll just run whatever is stew related. And then we'll do the full run on the next one. Because whenever we do a full run, it should bring us pretty much to 125 cooking. But our next plan is to remember to go grab the fear pots. And then we can go do the Forager monument pieces since we unlocked it at level 71. And one nice side effect of this is when we get to higher Fisher level, we'll have a better trowel and shells on the beach. There is 2 beach locations, one particularly useful for Flounder, where you get better XP for. Not sure how far we are from Flounder at the moment though. Because I think our next flounder is actually kind of deep. I think it's like 140-ish. Next flounder is at 118. Okay, that's not too bad. Actually, not that far. Yeah, 118, we can start getting really good value from the shells there. Unfortunately, only for 5 levels, but better than nothing. Actually can't them way more in the other level range. Actually surprised. Because the other level range, you have to camp flounder for like 15 levels. Because you have to camp flounder from 62 all the way to 76, so for 14 levels there. Also because COD isn't worth doing solo. So if you're not doing a co-op, you just stay on flounder. So we're there for 14 levels, whereas the other level range, you only have to stay on it for 5 levels. Which is way shorter than before. How about the other flounder? Where's the next tier up? The other flounder you have to stay on... Oh yeah, the other flounder you have to stay on for a while. You have to stay on it all the way from 172 to 186, so for 14 levels again. Yeah, the next flounder you barely have to touch, but the flounder after that you have to camp for a while. Similar to the previous flounder we just did. But the next flounder is kind of weird. You barely have to do it at all. One of them was 14 levels, then 5 levels, then 14 levels again. Alright, come on, show me a good message board. Ideally ones with stews. Double stew would be great. There's a double good task, but not double stew. There's no stew at all. Alright, so we won't do a run then. But we will have to on the next one. Alright, let me go remember to go grab the fear pot now. Trade out the 5% for fear. As I'm pretty sure we do not need 5% while doing this. I don't believe there's any downtime due to how far away from each other they are. Alright, off we go. Okay, now the thing I want to go check. Can we buy all of our past monument pieces? Because Ashley earlier was saying that you could buy all of them from the ones you don't have. I mean, that you have finished, I mean. So let's go take a peek. Because I always thought you could only sell here. I didn't realize you could buy any that you've completed. Because it's going to make them really easy to sell when trading comes out. Because the bank is like 5 tiles away. Yeah, we need a really high Forager load to be able to utilize it. Because this low over Forager, no one's going to want to buy those pieces, only the high tier ones. But let's go check it. Because the bank is right there. It is 2 tiles away. It is literally 2 tiles away. Let's see. Yeah. You could buy any past monument piece. Hey, that's kind of broken. Oh, that's kind of broken. Oh, getting max monument is going to be so cheap. There's this banking monument pieces. Obviously, you'd have to go to their trade menu and then click on the thing. But you can bank those so quick. And then you do this. And then bank all. And then go back here. Then trade. Then buy your piece. Then bank all. Then trade again. That is so quick. Interesting. Alright, let's go gather them. Start from the top, actually. Take the scenic route. Oh, I should have kept 5% on me so I could do the first time bonus. Yep, Azrael's still here doing Forager. Kind of funny because now we're both doing Forager. Guys, we're gonna do these 22 at a time. And just bring them all the way to the monument itself. Hey, let me go turn left click back on now that we're not doing fishing. Otherwise it's gonna get kind of annoying. There we go, much better. So I would occasionally grab these hogberries, but this is way too low level range hogberry to bother with. So we're going to do monument piece only. And supposedly, if I did math right on the wiki, we should be done with this in an hour. Also, if we did the math right, it's only about 74 hours to go and collect every monument piece in total across all levels, which isn't that bad. Like, that's a lot of time, but you're also getting a lot of Forager XP along the way. Oh, so I should grab this on the other way around. You know what, I might just put them here every 16. It's still not worth it though compared to the other thing, but I will actually bank them here. It's so much better bringing it all the way to her, though. Oh yeah, I don't have right-clicked. Oh wait, let me go fix that. I didn't actually fix all my options. Wait. There's another option I need to fix. There we go. Wait, my right-click is still not set to the other thing, though. There we go, okay. Now everything is fixed. Saved. Oh, do we really have to manual move that one tile? Just to save one tile, technically 2 tile. Oh, see, I just hit a 0. The good old wide damage range. I wonder if they're ever going to remove zeros. Because having a 0 roll in there is just so unfortunate. But that's one thing I really hope that special attacks have. Minimum hit. Even if it's like a low guarantee minimum hit for them, like 5 or 10%. Because hitting a single digit number with a special attack is going to feel so bad if they don't change that. But I'm really hoping all specials have minimum hit on them. Hello, Kush! Welcome. Currently on that fishing forager grind. Taking a little monument break from fishing. Look at this guy over here trying to use non-fear pots. I definitely would not advise. We're doing a bit of fishing forager to finish the quest? Nice. But what do you need forager for? There's no quest requirement forager. Which forager tools are the best to enchant? I personally, at least the route that I'm going, would say that the trowel is by far the most useful. I haven't even put any in the other two yet. I do need to get them to level 10. I just haven't had the money to. But I would say the trowel is the most useful. It also depends what you're trying to get out of Forager. But trowel is definitely the best one, regardless of how you're going about it. But how I plan to go about it, it's even more relevant. Because I'm almost skipping everything that the other ones even touch anyways. Well, you do use the trowel the most. So it's always going to be the most relevant one regardless. I just realized I accidentally over-encumbered. Oh no. Gotta be careful with that. If only you could wield potions. Oh, doing Forager while waiting for fishing spawns? All of them are trow or nothing. If you're doing it that way. The only one that uses trow is shell on the shore. Everything else uses nothing. When it comes to the beach fish. Because a good majority of those resources don't use any boosts. Like those little shells that were on those rocks that we're gathering while we're doing mana rays, those don't have any boosts to them. There's not a single tool that will make them go higher. But the only one that's in a room like that is Flounder. That's in a room with shells. And those shells get boosted from Trowel. As I keep forgetting, I have to manual click this, don't I? It's kind of unfortunate. Not manual clicking it wastes 2 tiles going the other way. Oh, sorry, only 1 tile actually. Because I forgot you're allowed to path through it. But it still wastes 1 tile going the other way. Bass 2. Oh yeah, I didn't count the co-op fish. Because I'm just skipping all co-op fish. Post 200, you might have to do them. But pre 200, you can skip every co-op fish in the game. Yeah, you don't need a co-op for them, but their XP rate is basically the same as the previous fish. Yeah, Enchanter really needs an Enchant X button. It's really slow, especially when you're doing like 25 upgrades or something at a time. It is very slow. I just realized you can almost one-click all the way from here. Well, I guess you were technically able to do that with the 2-room thing earlier. Because this actually is 2 rooms. Which is a really big room. Overall, I have been enjoying the circle thing. There's been quite a few situations where it's helpful, though in this it doesn't help at all. Oh, there's Happy Birthday again. We've seen him a lot today. Oh, so we should get about 2 Forager levels from this. So around 73. Which, I think we need 77 for our next thing. But we can just knowledge it from fishing and XP. Or cooking XP if we're doing some AFK cooking off stream or something. Gotta get those stews in there. And of course, with the update from the other day, these things no longer walk on your resource, which is really nice. So don't need to worry about them wandering on top of everything. They still haven't fixed it for Detective, though. Hopefully they will. But it has worked for Forager, Gatherer, and assumably Delver in Chapter 5. Which, of course, is not out yet, but will be a nice quality of life for when it does. And I will be dumping all the XP that we get here onto Fisher. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get us to 898, which is our next goal, but whatever we don't have, we'll just go back to Mana Rays until we do. After we finish Monument. So I'm not sure if it's worth coming all the way back here for these 4 pieces or not. We're going to keep doing it just so we can turn in all at once. And just so we know our exact amount, I'm probably going to turn in those 16 we randomly did the first time as well. Because I'm just going to do them 22 at a time and just walk all the way back. It's not that big a deal. I'm not sure if this is actually the best way to be doing them, but I can't be bothered to juggle these potions. So the most I'm going to bring back is 22. And the reason I'm bringing it all the way back to her rather than putting them in here is you do have to go back there anyways. So it actually wastes time banking them. If you're just focusing only on Monument Ps. Now let me get the few from earlier. From our first cycle before we knew how we wanted to go about it. Let's see. So I'm not sure how we got so many of this Monument Piece. I think I was wide farming and messing around with a couple things. So I kept banking them every time we went around there. We have like an absurdly high amount of tier 2 for some reason. For really no reason. And look at that, we're already almost 1/3 the way done. 2/3 to go. After this trip, it will be 2/3. But it doesn't take that long at all. Though we're still at the lower level range where it barely requires any. Once we hit 200% meter, we'll throw it on to fishing. That's the whole reason we have the 10% pot on this. Because the thing keeps respawning. It's not worth going back to go take, though, unfortunately. As funny as that would be. It's unfortunately not needed. Hello, Tyrion! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Anything been happening in Pokemon news? Are these things weak to yellow? No, green. Oh, that's why he's using that mace. Okay, that makes sense. He's just using the wrong range weapon because he doesn't have a better one. That makes sense. Oh, they added shiny Manaphy? Ooh. I know there used to be like a weird way to get that in the past. Honestly, I need to go through all my Pokemon Home and just clear out almost all of it. I have way too much junk in it. I'm still paying like $20 a year or whatever it is for it too. Should probably have canceled it. But now the next Pokemon game is so close around that's like, I might as well not even bother canceling it. I'm paying like $20 a year for like nothing. What game is that? Pokemon. Well, Pokemon Home is basically the thing where they all get stored. Like all the data for all your shinies and everything else you've ever caught in. They basically keep them hostage across a subscription fee. It's a pretty cheap subscription fee, but something that they should even charge for. It's like 20-something a year for basically nothing if you're not playing any Pokemon game. They just want another way to make even more money. Because they're not already like a multi-billion-dollar industry. They're like the most profitable IP to ever exist. But they still want more. Like around $2 a month doesn't sound like much. But you're paying like $2 a month for almost the equivalent of nothing. Something that should just be a free service. They got a nickel and dime everything. Oh, is it like 15 of the year? I don't remember what it was. I know it's like 2 to 3 per month if you pay by the month. But of course I'm buying yearly as well. But yeah, I need to go through it at some day, but that's like a 20-30 hour long project that I want to keep delaying forever. Going through Pokemon Home, breeding one of everything. Get rid of everything that's pretty much not in our name. But the thing is, I need to get all the special balls out of there. Because I have like a couple hundred special ball Pokemon. I would need at least one copy of each of them, but it takes like a whole day of breeding. And all of them I can't do in Pokemon Home either. I mean in Sword and Shield. Some of them are in other games. Because I hate how breeding works in the most recent Pokemon game. It's really annoying. Oh, I should probably drink a fear potion. Forgot I expired. One thing that's kind of funny is they just lose aggro midway through. In quite a few games, when you have a repel, it doesn't actually trigger until, like if something already has aggro on you, it won't trigger on them. But one nice thing about it in Brighter Shores is it actually does retroactively trigger on it. So if something has aggro on you and you fully drink a fear potion before they attack you, it will de-aggro them properly. In a lot of other games it doesn't. That's one thing that's really nice about Fear in Brighter Shores. It also works on everything regardless of what your level is. It's pretty much the strongest version of Repel you could ever have in like any game. Even though I don't use it that often, it's actually set up really, really strong in Brighter Shores. As it does everything pretty much exactly how you want it would, or want it to. Like, the best case scenario of, like, every repel in every game is what it does. Alright, how many are we up to now? Should be slightly over 100. Yep. Oh, we're officially 1/3 the way there. Foraging level about to tick in as well. And once we hit 200% meter, we'll put that all in fishing. I do need 5 of them in order to get a fishing level, though, which I'm not sure we're going to get. We should get 3 more of these, so technically 4, because that one's about to pop over. But the problem is I need 5, so we will be 1 short, unfortunately. That's not too bad. We'll have to go back to fishing for like 10 minutes, barely anything. We still need 98 fishing. I was hoping that we could get to 98 by just... Or sorry, we still need 100 fishing. I was hoping that we could get to 98 with only knowledge. We still could if we do cooking, I guess. Maybe that's a good excuse to go do all of our cooking contracts. Because I should push it over. That's probably what we'll ultimately do then. Because that should be enough knowledge, hopefully. If we do every last cooking contract plus whatever's on the board. It should be a level. Or a knowledge point, I mean. And a level. Speaking of levels, 72 Forager. Fortunately, it doesn't really do anything till 77. I do have to say, after doing the 200 Gatherer grind, and now that we're starting to get into the Forager grind, I honestly feel like I prefer Gatherer more than Forager. It was the other way around for a while, but now that we're actually going all the way from, you know, through all of 200 Gatherer and all the way through 200 Forager, I actually prefer Gatherer. And hopefully I'll prefer Delver over both of them, because I'm probably going for 500 Delver. So hopefully Delver is good. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I like Gather more than Forager now. I just feel like its use cases are way better as far as what you get as products from it. Also, the gameplay loops that it has with woodcutting I prefer much more than the gameplay loop with fishing. Forager does have the benefit of wide farming, though. But I'm not a big fan of the wide farm method. It's good for knowledge, but it's way worse for your XP rate for foraging. Maybe not way worse, but not as good. There are a few routes that you can do that's like not as horrible for it if you're doing like Forager only and not mixing it with Fisher. But, oh no, it just doesn't feel that good. Hopefully I do like Delver, though. Because we're probably going 500 all next chapter. And we were mentioning earlier, too, we'll probably do a 24-hour stream for the day of launch of Chapter 5. Assuming he announces it ahead of time. If it just drops out of the blue one day, then I might not be. But if he gives us, like, a heads up, like, hey, we're releasing Chapter 5 in, like, this date, then I probably will. But if it just randomly drops one day, it's probably just gonna be a 12-hour stream. But if he pre-announces Chapter 5's release date, we would definitely do a 24-hour stream then. Technically 2 11-hour streams, due to the weird limitation on YouTube. Which is still pretty much 24-hour. Just with a dinner break. Yep, he got caught. Oh no. Hey, look how much time that wastes. And that's why we use Fear Potion. It's pretty much required for this activity. It's one of the only few where you kind of can't get away without it. It just wastes too much time otherwise. Oh, the cooking contract gets reset in about 13 minutes as well. We're definitely not going to have this grind done by then, though. But we should be able to do it before the end of the next hour. Which should work out perfectly then. Because we'll get all these in. Probably get like a double task then. And it's easily going to get us one more knowledge point just from that. And then we can go to Puffer Eel for the rest of the stream then after that. Is that the only grinds we have left? Forager until Monument's done. Fisher until 100. And Chef to 125. Unfortunately, we won't have enough time to make it to 3,000 today. Because even if we go for another 6 hours, there's no way we're gaining 3.5 levels per hour. Not with these activities. If we were doing combat only, we could. But of course, still waiting on that combat rework. Oh no. No! No! He got me before the fear went through. He attacked me on the same tick that the fear activated. Unfortunate. Yeah, there we go. We're halfway there. Oh yeah, we make some money from this. Oh, nice. We can actually afford things. We're actually making money for once. I almost forgot that even gives you money. That's actually some profit that I didn't really anticipate. Like, I know it does, but I kind of forgot when when calculating for money we'll need soon. That'll help pay for the tools that are coming up. And or our 5% pots for tomorrow. As tomorrow we'll have base 100 not counting combats. Keep ignoring them. They don't exist. Not until the combat rework. I just realized the music's kind of different over here, isn't it? It's way different than the beach theme you get, as well as the rest of the areas. I just feel like dense forest areas have like a completely different soundtrack. It reminds me of Chronopolis Outskirts, where the soundtrack is drastically different there compared to the rest of the city. Because Hopeport has something like that somewhat going on. Not to the same degree as Chronopolis, though. But still has like a somewhat similar thing going on. Alright, next cycle we should just use the 10% pot immediately then. Dump that on to fishing. There we go. 4 more knowledge point will do it. The 3 will bring us really, really, really close. Gosh, the dog is still going. It's just kind of good that we're going a little bit shorter because I forgot. No one's probably getting back until like 10 today. So I'm actually going to need to go walk it later. Which is something we generally haven't need to do most streams. I forgot. No one's getting back until like 9, 10 p.m. Which will be perfect because we should only need to go for about another 2 hours. She just walked like an hour or 2 ago. By whoever was last here. Is every grind we have left should be 2 hours total? There's not that much left. It is half a cooking level, 2.5 fishing, and the rest is monument. Oddly enough, the fishing would be the longest grind, even though we'll have the best XP rate by the time we hit 98. These monuments going to take less than half an hour at this point. Cooking is literally just 1 cooking run, which is a pretty variable number. That one's really hard to ever calculate out for, because sometimes you get like the easiest runs ever, and other times you have to do like a triple path with like 1 billion items. I've been trying to get pretty good ones like recently though. I've been a lot better about it. But sometimes you just get complete junk, but it's still worth it because of Sentinel. Which actually, we don't have any Sentinel to go turn in, I just realized. It's actually all east. Well, that's weird. I don't think I've ever had one like this. Well, I guess Big Sheen is a little weird. But other than that, it's all east turn in. It's either starting location or east. Oh, so I could technically get rid of that one. That one's not as good. Oh no, it's only 1. It's not that bad though. But it's the one that's really annoying to make, that one lobster one. Alright, there we go. A few more trips. For like 3 more trips, I'll need to wait until the thing actually ticks down so I know exactly how many we need. If we have excess, I guess it's not that big a deal. I'd have slightly too many than not enough. Alright, before we enter, let's actually drink the potion this time, so we don't get caught midway. In case there's one spawn camping us or something. Because whoever doesn't drink potions sometimes aggroes them all the way to the door. Oh, that thing's gathering too. That's funny. I never noticed that. He was actually gathering from the ground the goal. That's kind of cool. I never noticed that animation on them. Slightly different than the player's animation for gathering, but still kind of similar. Let me go help the little doggy. Gotta wait the fear potion expire. Or does it keep ticking down if you log out? I don't remember. Might test it for science. I think we'll just completely wipe our effect. I'll be back in 1 minute. Just want to get this one walk. Unfortunately, can't queue a walk. Alright, be right back. Alright, we're back, we're back. I should hold it off for like 10 minutes. That's hello, Emberd! Welcome, welcome. I know, now the neighbor's dog is barking. Now I'm just gonna get her to go start again, oh gosh. She hasn't started back up yet, though. Such a needy dog. It reminds me of like Chihuahuas or something. It's not a Chihuahua, but it behaves the same way. Wherever its primary owner isn't around, it just needs to bark like crazy. And if someone's not giving it attention every 5 minutes, it'll just keep going off. Yeah, hopefully this will be enough for a foraging level. It's not too big a deal if it's not, though. Because we're probably knowledging all the way to 77. Not this stream, but, you know, later. That way when we do start it up tomorrow, we'll be at the really good shell area. Get into secateurs into it. Not sure how we're going to route them, because it probably will wide farm it. But I'm going to probably wide farm it while dropping everything to the ground, though, rather than banking. But no, we'll see, because doing nettle to shell actually does go through a bank location. I was not sure if I want to clutter my bank with those material. One I believe is for plus 50 cryone? No. One's for XP pot. The other one is for, yeah, one of them I think is only for 6% XP pot, which isn't that good. I forget what nettle is for, though. Because the shell, I believe, goes with the periwinkles that we dropped on the ground. Poor shells that will also get dropped on the ground. Whereas the, yeah, I'm not sure what the nettle is used for, because we never actually got nettle. You get the first nettle at level 83. So maybe it's for the 7% potion? Just can't think what else it's for. Kinda want to check now. Actually, probably should check alchemy. Oh, we can still check it this way. Anyway, that gets us the nettle. White nettle is used for 7% hope ore. Okay, yeah, it's for the better XP pot. Those I guess are worth banking then. It's for the better XP pot. Oh, why did it freeze? Whoa, that was weird. That froze. That was the game, by the way. That was no connection there. Otherwise, stream would have went down and the other thing would have went down. Hasn't done that in a while. That was a big freeze right there. There is a way that we can freeze it, though, deliberately. Like, if I do this, it'll freeze time completely. But it's not what that was. That was a mega lag spike right there. Yeah, whenever it freezes like this is just an issue that they need to fix with the tab. Whenever you right click on the Windows button, it freezes everything. Like, you're still moving and everything, but it visually looks frozen like it is right now. We could basically pause the game, but then when you click, it's still doing everything. It just visually looks like it's paused. But it's not what that was though earlier. That really first one was just a lag spike. Everything after that was deliberate, but that very first one was a lag spike though. A very big lag spike. Oh, we finally got 6 hour logged in RuneScape. It's about that time, isn't it? I've almost been going for 6 hours then. It's always so easy to tell when we've streamed for about 6 hours. Because the thing is always cutting redwoods in the background. And that game has a 6 hour log timer. Yep, that checks out. He's right at the 6 hour mark in 1 minute. These obviously have everything open before the stream actually starts. I believe the trip after this one, and we are good to go. Which is perfect, because that is 73 Forager. So we'll only have to knowledge for 4 levels then. Which isn't too bad. Let me just double check, though. I'm pretty sure we're doing it regardless what this number says, though. 22 more than that. Yeah, it looks like 2 more trips. Technically, the final one could be a partial trip, but I might just do a full trip. Just bank whatever spears we have, I guess. Then we'll go do our chef run. Jump into fishing, see where we're at then. This does look like we're going to be a little short on 98 Fisher. I know the dog is activated again. Probably not going to go back out at this point. As soon as we finish in about an hour and a half, I'll just give it a walk. Because I'm just going to have to keep going out like every 10 minutes to go pet it. Just to keep it calm for another 10 minutes. There we go. This is right near the end. I'm going to do it slightly different this time. Actually turn in what we have here. And then one more full trip should be good to go. Math. Yeah, way more than enough. Alright, one more full trip and that should be it. For Forager, at least. Oh, we still need 2.5 fishing levels and a cooking level. Luckily, our XP rate for fishing skyrockets at 98. So it'd be most strategic to do cooking first and then hope that is enough for fishing. The only problem with cooking, though, is we're no longer going to be able to do that one cod dish anymore. The cod and chips. This is our very last cod and chips. I actually have some pre-banked, so I don't actually need to go get them. Whatever's still left, I'll just drop to the ground, I guess. Just so they don't take up space. There's only like 10 of them in there. I just grabbed one inventory of 22 earlier. Alright, is this enough? It might be. We're gonna turn this in to just see. I'll take everything from this room just in case and then backtrack a little. Actually, no, I'll leave that one there. Alright, moment of truth. Watch, we're gonna be like one short or something. Is this enough? No, I don't think it is. Maybe it is. We're gonna try. Worst comes to worst, we come back and grab like 4 of them. We can't be more than 10 short if we are short. Ideally 8 or less so we could do 1 cycle. Let's see. Is that all of them? Yeah, that's all of them! With 1 to spare. I think, what happens here? Oh, we got a little bit of a tower. Nice. Can't quite get up there yet, though. Eventually, though. Cool. Alright, 1 to spare. Perfect. Put this one little guy away. Keep his buddies company. The 1 singular piece. There we go. We overshot it like every time. Alright, let's see. This time only by 1. Alright, let's go do our chef thing. So I need to go buy every ingredient except for the 2 cod. So let me just buy everything we have here and then we'll worry about whatever's on the menu on the message board. Alright, since we're over here, we'll grab whatever's here first. Which is what? I still need the other ingredient of the cod. Am I still doing the thing? I guess I am. That requires an annoying amount of ingredients though. Is there anything else? I think that's everything. Other than the fish, of course. Which we need what? We need 8 wings and 1 lobster. Because I already have these banked. Oh, and 3 Gennard. Because that is not stew, that is Gennard. I really wish they'd look more distinct from each other because I always confused the two. That is definitely a Gennard, not a stew. I knew for sure we had no stews this time around. Alright, what was that again? 3 Gennard. 1 lobster. And 8 wings. I believe that is everything, as I already have the 2 cod banked. This might also be the last time we get to use the cod. One of the few benefits of fishing is you actually get fish that you can cook sometimes. It's a rarity, but they are there. Alright, let me go get my 2 cod. The other 12 will probably just be scrapped later. I probably should have made this cream first. So when I went over there, I could have done the lobster and the other thing at the same time. Oh, I forgot the 3 stock. No, I knew I forgot something. Oh, we had enough inventory for it too. Exactly enough. Oh, I forgot the 3 stock. That would have been perfect inventory space as well. Whoops. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Grocery shopping simulator. Honestly, chef without forager or fisher or any of the gatherings to go get the ingredients is basically like 2/3 of skill. It's just shopping for the ingredients you need to actually make everything. When you don't end up gathering it and foraging it and fishing for it. Like half the time you're just spending just getting the ingredients from the shops. Yeah, that should be everything. We are going to have to do a double route, though. I should probably go get the XP pots back. All like 20-something of them. We don't have that many. Let's see. Did I grab all of them earlier, or did I only grab partial? Please tell me I only grabbed partial. Because if I didn't, I only have like 20 or 35% pots left. And we can barely afford more. With the 2 upgrades that are coming tomorrow. That we need for Forager. Oh, wrong stash. We have 83. Okay, that's not as bad. That's bad, but it's not as bad. Oh yeah, I don't need the fear potion. We're done with the other thing. There we go. Alright, nice. Alright, where are we going? Because we'll do Big Sheen first. All these are actually on the same route. If we're really lucky, we could do them all in one go. The only thing I can't do in route is barracks. Everything else could be turned in one go. Oh, I should have pre-drank the 1 fear potion, though. Because we do have to go through South Wall. Let's see. Should I 10% pot here? I feel like 10% is overkill. I'm doing it, though. We gotta be really on top of all the turn-ins if we do, though. Alright, let's hope we don't regret this. Go, go, go! Alright, what's our route? What's our route? We gotta do Enchantress with a Gennard. Let's see. Wait, what order is this? Enchantress with Gennard. And then the other 2 with Array. Oh, I'm not sure if we can get Southwall on time. If we had Fear, we definitely would. It's gonna be tight without Fear. Because we're gonna waste an extra like 3 seconds. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Oh, I can take the long route and not get in combat. Huge, 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 huge. Oh, we got saved so hard. Alright, what am I turning in here? I'm turning in Array. I don't need a low value one I won't be able to go and turn in. Which is perfectly fine. We didn't plan to. At least not with the 10%. There we go. We got them all in with 10%. Nice. And we got a level from it. Perfect. This one I never intended to. Not only is it worth less, but it's also too far away. Ah, there we go. Nice. Okay, that was pretty clean. I'm not even going to bother 5%ing this one. It's pretty low value turn in. I only did it because it's only required 1. Alright, let's go get whatever bounties we have. I'm gonna go do a full thing of stew just in case, though. Even though we already got our cooking level, I still need the knowledge from it. And then after we go... actually, I don't even think I need to do a run here, though. The only reason I'll do a run is I'll turn in whatever stews there are. Otherwise, we're just doing this for a set of stew. And then we'll go back to fishing until we get 98. Even though it's worse XP, I almost want to go do it on eels just so we don't have to go all the way over to Mana Rays. For the amount of time it's going to take to get to Mana Ray, it might just be worth it to do Puffer Eel. But without the upgraded eel. I mean, without the upgraded Puffer. Until the Puffer does get upgraded, then we do Puffer Eel instead of Eel Puffer. Eel puffer is way worse than puffer eel, though. But it's not horrible. It's just I'd rather do eel foraging than eel puffer. But we don't really need the foraging XP right now. Like, we do and we don't. I'd rather just get the fishing XP right now. These manta rays are so far away. They're all the way over there. Compared to only having to go over here. Like, by the time we get there, we might as well just get the level at the eels. If we need way more XP, I would go all the way over there, but we don't. So thank you, every color. Now we'll go check the bounty board, hope that there's at least a stew or two. And then we'll finish whatever we need on eels then. And then the last thing we have to do objective-wise is puffer eel to 100. Because we do get that all-elusive puffer fish at 98. The only problem is we only get to do this good method until 112, until it falls off. Still a decent amount of levels though, 14 levels. And worst comes to worst, we do get a permanent 5% boost once we do have to switch. So wow, we got a lot of XP from the stews. One thing of stews is already like a fourth of a bar. I know it's good at this level range, but I forgot it was that good. One full inventory is almost a fourth of a bar. Is that like we're 10% potted? We're only 5% potted right now. Like 5 inventories, this is a level. No, 5 does take a while though. 5 full inventories. It's definitely not the quickest of things. Alright, let's go check. Is there anything good here? No. Well, kind of. Ah, that's too many to make. That requires your whole inventory. Oh yeah, this is a new one. Oh yeah, the other one we don't need anymore. Might as well go sell them when we go head over there, actually. Oh no, just because we have new tap, I might take the double new tap. I'll take this, but probably getting rid of it. It's way too many. Lobster is so hard to turn in. Let me sell all these. Let me grab all the fish because we no longer need these. After hitting level 125, we no longer get the task for these anymore. So I'm just gonna sell them when we go do eel puffer, and then we'll go do puffer eel. I need to go change my movement options again, I forgot. Just to make sure we don't misclick. Hey, these were the things we grabbed at 70, by the way. On our way to getting to 76 for the eels. I grabbed a couple of them, just for the first time bonus since I was in the area. And the only reason I banked exactly 22 is because the 2 potions that were in there. This wasn't going to bank them all, but we already had them in our inventory, so it was better than dropping them. Well, we got to use 10 of the 22, so we got some value out of them, I guess. Yeah, we still get to sell them here, technically. Alright, let me go change my options, though. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Let's go back to puffer eel. I mean, eel puffer. Whatever you want to call it. Same difference. Eel puffer is when you start with eel as your primary and then go to puffer. Whereas puffer eel is the other way around. Puffer eel is better, but we don't get access to it till 97. Just because we have so much back and forth, I'm actually gonna keep the map open, but keep it unbound, so we can just click for everything. Just leave it like that. Also, they conveniently put a little ladder here to make this even quicker. Intentionally or otherwise. It does make that a lot better. So one of the few times where a detached camera is actually really good. Because we always just need it locked in here anyways. So I probably should have sold after we got these 3, but oh well. Haven't done these in a long, long while. I'll relearn it after no time. So I do need to start reversing my order soon. Seems to be at 98. Which should be any moment now. Now the question is, should we 10% it or 5% it? Since I'm just using a single, I'm probably just going to 5% it. Which I might as well do it now. And then we'll set up our cycle for puffer eel. Alright, there we go. Is that enough? Let's hope so. There it is. Alright, let's go get our nice puffer fish now. Now we do 6 puffer into 3 eel rather than the other way around. There we go. It's the best XP rate you can ever get relative to your level range. It has begun. Because gosh, this place is crowded. There's just so many people in here, but like almost no one doing eels. Guess this is the higher tier of the 2 if you wanted to camp them, but still, so many other ones you would want to switch over to. And hey, we finally get to make some money again. For our 2/16, we don't need our teleport. We could just have this open. Oh, he said he's doing eels. I guess anyway. She's doing the same thing. Puffer eel. Eel puffer. Yeah, this is peak fishing. I wish all fishing was this quick. Because it never gets better than this. When you unlock your puffer. Hello, I'm a bud. Welcome, welcome. Yes, this is peak fishing. It also gives you benefit for being tick perfect, whereas most other fish you just kind of wait. And you can actually sell everything instead of drop them all. Which does waste a little bit of XP, but it's worth it for the profit. And our goal for now at this point is just to get to 100. Then we'll probably call it for the night. I will still be grinding off stream though. But need to go grab dinner, need to go walk the dog, since no one else is around to look after it. But tomorrow we will finish the 3,000 grind. I'll make sure not to get it off stream. If I do grinding like that. I'll probably mostly be doing post 200 grind, which regardless how much I grind that, it will never give me that many levels. Yeah, we're really close to 100. Tomorrow we'll have base 100 for everything except combat. As we are 100% getting 100 Forager tomorrow. And after all of our Hope Port shenanigans tomorrow, we're probably returning back to the forest to go finish 200 for Woodcutter Carpenter. Also still poking cooking here and there. That's pretty much our case all the way until it's max. We're never going to not be poking cooking. Even once it hits 200, we're probably still going to have to keep poking it. Just in case it ever becomes viable to do post 200. Just to preemptively be ahead of it already. Is they're eventually going to buff cooking. It's more so a matter of when and if. We just don't know how good it is once it's buffed. And by buff, I mean like actual food products you can use to some degree. I'm still hoping on like 1 hour cooking buff or something. Where you prep like a big meal and then get like an hour buff. Or even a day-long buff. Almost like where you get contracted to do like an entire feast. And I get some kind of temporary bonus for it. Nothing like crazy strong, but you know, better than nothing. Even something like 1% in a chapter is huge if it lasts for like an hour an entire day. But of course, if it lasted for a long duration, it would require like a ton of fish, a ton of other dishes and everything. Yeah, alchemy's one of the most useful 200s. I actually wish I would have done it ages ago. There hasn't been a day since 200 alchemy that I haven't used a potion from 200 alchemy. I still accidentally grabbed 6 eels that one time. Whoops. I meant to only grab 3. Also, any knowledge that we get from this, I will be dumping on Forager. Just because we don't start to get a really big Forager buff until 77, 4 levels away. So any knowledge I get tonight, I'm probably dumping into Forager. Yeah, I really love these 10% pots. I wish I had one for every chapter. The problem with every single 10% pot that isn't Hope Port is you need an absurdly high alchemy level. The Hope Port one is at 185. The next one after it's like 342 or something. You get Hope Port at 185 right here. So you would think the next one is like, oh yeah, it's like 250-ish, 270-ish. Maybe like 300 at absolute max. Nope. It's like almost 400. The next potion after that is at 364. Is the next 10% pot for Chapter 2. Which is absolutely insane. I wouldn't be surprised if they rescaled that a little. Because that is just absurd. It's basically double the level before we get another one. That's why I'm only using 7% for every chapter that isn't Chapter 1. And I'm basically treating them like 10% because they basically are. Yeah, there's a lot of potions in this game. There are not that many unique ones, but I'm pretty sure they're going to add more unique ones when we get Potion Making Part 2. We'll see what happens when Chapter 6 comes out. Because there's a good chance they're going to need to add another Potion Making profession. Otherwise, alchemy is going to get way too bloated. Man, I'll find out. But there's a good chance Chapter 6 does add Alchemy Part 2, whatever they end up calling it. I hope if we do, we end up getting aggro potions, combat potions that last for X duration rather than one battle, special attack potions because they would exist by then, special attacks, and a few other fun ones. I still really want aggro potions, though. Basically the opposite of Fear Potion, where enemies will keep attacking you over and over again without you getting immunity. It's basically like doing a raid den, but anywheres, and for the full duration of the potion rather than just the duration of the raid den. But the 9-minute one being so absurdly useful because items despawn after 10 minutes. So the 9-minute aggro potion would be worth so much. They would have to really make sure whatever they put there costs a lot or something. Because the 9-minute aggro potion would honestly be better than the 12 or 15-minute one. Just because it's the exact interval that you would need to go pick up your items. So the sound effect would actually be a reminder to go do it. Of the potion expiring. That way none of your ground items ever despawn. But I really hope they add it. Because 9-minute aggro potion would be the most useful thing they've ever added ever. For combat quality of life. As it basically turns any enemy in the game into a 9-minute raid den. Which of course you'll be able to get all the loot from as well. Oh, first knowledge is about to come up. I will not be putting this on Fisher, though. That's the only sad part with the rest of the knowledge we'll get this stream. I don't really have anywhere's, like, we don't get to get any immediate value from it. For tomorrow, it'll be nice, because we'll have our 77 Forager. But there's no level goal that we can actually achieve for the rest of the stream from it. Other than number go up. Number go up's still fun, though. Am I saving my gold for anything specific? Yeah, we're technically saving it for tool upgrades. They cost a very high amount of gold of less than 1 each. And I can't afford them currently. But we're way too loaded at any given time. Look at our 694 gold. But yeah, we've been pretty much perpetually under 1 gold for days now. Because I keep putting into the smithing AFK, which consumes like any last gold I have left over at the end of the day. Because we haven't really been doing money-making methods. So any money we get just immediately gets reinvested into levels or XP or something. But we generally don't hold on to cash for that long. Maybe once trading comes out, that'll be a little bit different. But I find it really hard to hold on to any cash at the moment. As any we get, we immediately reinvest into better XP rates. You're right, Paul. You end up doing all of them on capes. That's funny. Yeah, I do eventually want to get every 200 cape, or even just every cape in general. They said at some point they're going to be adding cape perks. So once they do, I will go get every 200 cape. At some point down the line, maybe I would go and backtrack the other ones too. But at some point, we're bare minimum getting all the 200s. Ideally, just all of them in general for completionist's sake. Of course, never all the 500s. That'd be impossible. I'll get every 500 keep for any 500 we ever get. But I will definitely not get every single one in the entire game. As there will be no point in the current state of the game where we'll ever have 500 all. Unless they do something drastic to make 500 all easier. As it currently stands, it will never ever happen. We'll have some 500s, but definitely not all the 500s. Yeah, the passive activities are so good, especially after 200. I've been dumping them all into smithing at the moment. Though I do need to go get some more mining levels soon. Otherwise we're going to have an issue again where our mining's too far behind our smithing. As I need 262 mining by the time I have 267 smithing. So in 16 more smithing levels, I need 20 more mining levels. So currently our mining is slightly behind. Luckily, we get a better XP rate at 247. I've just kind of been waiting for the daily brimstone to get us closer. And then whatever we have left, we'll do some carbonice and throw some knowledge into it directly or something. Because I only have like 400 carbonice banked. I kind of want a couple thousand banked. In case we ever need it. As the best blue weapon in the game currently, range weapon is made out of carbonice. $99 fishing, one more level to go. You're doing 223 to 224 carbonates right now? Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do like another 1,000 or 2,000 of them because I think I only have like 400 or 500 banked right now. But if I do it, I will be banking every last one, even though it's worse than iron. Just because I need some for later. Also, when we do tier 6, I probably will be mining every last one of them as well. As other classes will need that too. It'll be such a strong weapon that even at like 80% other classes might use it. The blue range weapon, that is. Because one nice benefit of it is it allows you to wield a shield. The best yellow and best green weapon in the game do not allow you to wield a shield with it. Cryonite's blue weapon is the only one that lets you. Which will probably make it really good in PvP. Where that shield will actually matter. Yeah, there's a lot of good range weapons that you can do a shield with. I just mean as far as all of the really good ones, like the 3 from each class, that have the higher elemental percent chance and everything. The only one of them that you can wield a shield with that's range is the Cryonite one. Is the best green range weapon is two-handed, and the best yellow one is also two-handed. Yeah, because after the patch, they did mention that you'll be able to wear other professions' gear. We still don't know what percent it will go up to. Like 80%, 90%, 95%. We also don't know what level combat obelisk you'll need to be able to get there. Like we're talking like 100, 200, 300. Even higher to get it all the way max. You likely will never be able to get 100% proficiency on it though. But anything 90% or above is pretty solid. Even 80% is doable in some situations depending on what it is. The Guardian green weapons having 80% is actually perfectly fine on Cryonite, as we have no melee green weapons at the moment. So having something at 80% is better than having nothing at 0%. But yeah, I think that's going to be really annoying with every class, though. Is every class is technically going to need Hammer Mage's yellow two-hand. Which requires you poles and Deathstone. It is actually the single most annoying thing to craft in the game. Even though Bone Right on average is annoying to craft, there isn't anything harder to craft currently than the two-hand yellow Hammer Mage weapon. But for every class in the game, that's the best yellow two-hand. Even for something like Cryonite that has access to a yellow one-hand, we don't have access to a yellow two-hand, so we'd still need it as well. And Guardian doesn't have any yellow one-hand or two-hand. So it'd still need that two-hand as its main weapon, if it needs yellow damage. And obviously Hammer Mages need it because they're Hammer Mages. How long are we streaming for? I'm probably only going to be going until we get to 100. So one more fishing level. I'm probably going to be calling it for tonight. But tomorrow we will be getting 100 Forager, Level 3000 total level. And maybe one other little mini goal, I'm not sure yet. Oh, those are the biggest two. If I do have another mini goal, it's going to be Hopeport related. Because after tomorrow, we're going back to the forest. But tomorrow will be pretty much Hopeport locked again, like today was. Would I try old school RuneScape sailing when it drops? Yeah, I would. I would definitely give it a shot. We still play it every single day. Even once I let my membership run out, I'm still going to be playing every single day. I'm just going to be farming free to play. We'll just find a different AFK activity to go grind. Our current AFK activity has been hitting the redwood tree to go 3 times over drop rate for beaver pet or the woodcutting pet. Still don't have it. We showed it earlier to stream too. Show that we have no pet. Show that we're at 78 million XP, or actually 77.2 right now. I think I showed it at 77 million earlier. Oh, man, we are so dry for it. It's been going for 3 months, over 1,000 hours, and it still does not have it. It's not the unluckiest we've ever gotten on anything, but gosh. It's over a... Oh no, I forgot to go take the other thing. Whoops. I haven't made that mistake yet. But, yeah, it's over 1,000 hour grind already. And that's just over drop rate. It's not even counting the total woodcutting grind. It's just 1,000 hours over drop rate. It's not even the total time that has been put towards it. Just how much time has been over drop rate for it. Yeah, after the things that's happened with old school RuneScape recently, I'm just gonna keep it free to play until their corporate greed dies down a bit. If it stays very high, then we don't need to worry about it because we got brighter shores. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it free to play until I own every Castle War item. Because I don't just want the full golden armor. I want full golden armor and enough to buy everything, and maybe even enough to also go buy an extra set of golden armor for the house. I'm going like all out until they figure out how to monetize the game properly. Because they already raised the yearly sub by like $30 compared to before. Like it literally costs more than my dental health insurance for the year. Which technically isn't health insurance, this is a thing that offsets it. Because my normal health insurance doesn't cover it. But a membership for that for a year is literally more than that. Which is absurd. Those are still kind of crazy to think about, though. That World of Warcraft has maintained a $15 membership pretty much forever. But it's kind of crazy how expensive that was in the past. Like when I was a kid, is one of the reasons I never got into World of Warcraft. Because that is so expensive. It's like $170 a year. But it was $170 a year even like 20 years ago. Like that these days isn't like as bad. But even like 15, 20 years ago was still that price. Yeah, if I ever started RuneScape 3, I would definitely have to make an Iron Man. I don't think I would make a hardcore in that game, though. But I would definitely try as an Iron Man. Because all the microtransactions that it has otherwise. Not sure if I would ever went out on or if I would ever get around to that, though. Which is such a big time commitment. Because if I'm trying RuneScape 3, we're going until we max. Which I'm pretty sure is like 2,000 hours. It's like double the time we have in Brighter Shores right now. So I don't plan to really do that anytime soon. Unless they do something that's like really enticing to go try it eventually. And even if we did, we'd still be doing Brighter Shores alongside it or something. I don't plan to do it anytime soon though, if even ever. But no, I've been wanting to try it because I've heard a lot of bad things about it, but I've never tried it myself. Because I quit pretty much the same time Andrew Gower did. Around like 2011. Like as soon as Andrew Gower was out was pretty much when we were also out. Rather coincidentally. So I haven't actually gone to see Evolution of Combat for all the microtransactions that they have and everything. I was out before they went on their full-blown downhill spiral. I was out right before the boat crashed. Yep, time to use our knowledge. We're dumping this into Forager. Oh, I just realized I can't actually dump it into anything. Oh, time to wait. I forgot I got an XP pot activated right now. That's kind of annoying. Unfortunately, you can't click wait on it in this situation. What's even the point of adding a wait button? If I can't waste my XP when I want to. Come on, let me waste my XP. Like, there's no wait button on it. You can't even opt into it. There's just nothing there. Alright, there we go. You saw our Gornian's 500 Smithing Cape. Does it look pretty nice? I do like the style of the cape. The only reason I didn't like the 200 one is because it ends in axes. But then it ends with pole arms at the end, so it becomes better. I just didn't like the fact that it ended with axes at 200. But I would definitely wear the 500 one once we have it. But by then it would also pretty much be at the point where it'd have the dragon cape, so I might just be wearing that instead. Yeah, 500 mining keeps really good as well. Honestly, most of the 500 keeps look really good. Mining, smithing, and dragon are the main three we'd use, though. By dragon, I mean watch person. Unless we want to go weird, the lobster cape from detective. I like the shape of the detective cape. I hate the design of the detective cape, though. But I like how the shape of it looks like a lobster tail. Also, can you not all spam one tile? There's 3 pufferfish here, and they're all on the exact same tile. There we go. Of course, he runs away as I need to go for him. Bet they're not on the same tile anymore. Yeah, the main thing I like about the mining cape is it has a lot of shimmery color on it. Like whenever you go through the light, all the goldness on it lights up. Also has some things that like glow in the dark on it. Like the little lamp all the way at the top. Which has really cool coloration with the bottom at 500. There's a lot of cool design aspects to it. A lot of unique aspects that most other capes don't have. They really went all out with the mining cape. Alright, 1/4 a level to go. Oh, so thank you, I'm a bud. Greatly appreciated. Glad I could help. If you ever have any questions, let me know. Yeah, I can't wait till we can completely relearn combat. Because there's so much I want to cover with that. We'll finally actually start covering videos too. Probably the first time where we really start covering videos. I still want to cover the 1,000 hour video soonish though. But we're going to cover a lot of guides once combat rework probably. Just messing around with a bunch of builds. Unfortunately, we don't have 500 combat by then in any one zone. But I'm pretty sure we can still do a lot with 266 in Chronopolis. And before they add Dual Arena. I don't plan to do too much with the Dual Arena. If the only rewards from it is a leaderboard and currency, I'm probably not going to bother with it too much. If there is PvP-specific armor and weapons and cosmetics, I'd probably go for them, though. I do plan to do PvP regardless what it is, though. But I don't plan to farm it unless they add actual, like, things worth farming from it. I feel like Last Man Standing is a good example of an old school RuneScape. Where if that minigame existed and it just existed with no rewards, it'd be fun, but you'd barely ever play it. But the reward system for it makes it like one of the best minigames in the entire game. Actually, in the Andrew Gower years, that was one that was pretty heavily carried by its reward system as well. Stealing Creations, which was a PvP skilling mixed minigame. But the reward system for that game really hard carried it. Otherwise, you'd almost never really play it. But it has such absurdly good rewards, while still being a PvP and skilling minigame. Right, next set of Puffer, and I think that's it. I should probably finish on Eels here, actually. And now we need to go back to the Puffer. Just while we're already in the room. Yep, there it is. Don't even need it. There it is. Level 100! Only one more to go. Ignore the 2 combats. And we'll go get it tomorrow. 73 Forager to 100. And of course also getting level 3,000 total. But anyways, let's go burn all of our money on XP pots, I guess. Gonna go grab some dinner. Which I'm not gonna get all of them right now. You know what? I'm just gonna head over there. I'll just head to the smithing AFK. But let me go over there. Because I do want to go do some manual grinding a bit more tonight. Though I won't get level 3,000, no worries. We'll save that for the stream. But I do want to get a little bit extra grind. Ideally 277 Forager as well. Just so we don't have to deal with, oops, I forgot I have only middle click on. Oh yeah, let me go fix that since we're not doing fishing. Because I only have that on for fishing. Let me turn my left click back on. There we go. That's much better. But yeah, tomorrow's goal is 100 Forager. Obviously 3,000 total. And I'm not sure what else, but whatever else it is probably Hopeport related. And that'll be the last time we camp Hopeport for a little while, and then we go basically log ourselves to the forest until we 200. Then we'll probably revisit Hopeport, obviously, until all 200 as well. Not counting guard. And then, yeah, we figure out what we do from there. It really comes down to where the updates are by then. It should be about 2 weeks from now having all that. But then we figure out what on earth we're doing beyond that. I know what I want to do. I'm just not sure if we should. Which is basically grind mining and smithing until the combat rework is released. The biggest issue with that is we have no clue when the combat rework is going to be released. But anyways, guys, I will catch you guys later. We will be back tomorrow around the same time as per usual, around noon Eastern Standard Time. Probably go for, not sure how long, but you know, it depends how much more stretch goals we have, because 100 Forager shouldn't take like too long. Like maybe 6 hours. Really comes down to what else we do on top of that. Because I'll probably do puffer, yeah, that's probably be the other thing we at least go for. Do puffer eel until we get to the next fish, which is 112. So that might be our goal then. Get to 112 fisher and 100 forager tomorrow, which is 27 forager levels and 12 fishing levels with really good XP rate the whole time, pretty much. That'll probably be our game plan then. It sounds like a nice mix. But anyways, guys, oh yeah, on the poll, by the way, we have 44 votes. While waiting on bigger, Brighter Shores content, what are you doing currently? We have 14% for prepping for the combat rework, 9% for prepping for trade and Iron Man mode, which is the lowest right now, 59% for general skilling and number go up, which seems to be most people, though it makes sense as this is number go up simulator currently, and 18% on taking time away from the game, and is where the poll has ended. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful one for the rest of your week. And yeah, tomorrow we will finish level 3000 grind. And we'll go from there. And we'll basically have base 100 as well, not counting combat. Or, you know, non-combat ones. And then we start working down 200 since we'll do woodcutting carpentry then. And then worry about the rest of Hopeport once again. But that'll be for the next 2 weeks, as that will not happen overnight. It's quite a long grind actually still. I think we still have like 150 hours left of that grind. Maybe a little higher. Somewhere around there. I think we have about 150-ish of grind left. Between woodcutting, carpenter, forager, fisherman, and chef. It's roughly 150. It's hard to calculate out exactly, but it's around 150 hours we have to go put into them. Roughly, give or take a little bit. Probably a little bit under, maybe over, I have no clue. But it's about 150-ish between the 5 of them. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Bye, everyone, and thanks for watching.